Good morning. What day is it? This is the first night I've slept in here. But we've been here 2 nights already. This is the second night. The first night we did not sleep here. We slept at the other site. So, the morning of the 16th. December 16th. And it's just after 8 in the morning. Gonna head over to breakfast. And then after breakfast to change the batteries on a camera. So it is bright. This was a lot of help sleeping, but when you wake up, it's you take that off, it is bright. Look at that, the sun's still out. Amazing. There is no wind today. It's not very cold. Decent weather. I'm about to head over to the filming location to change the batteries. We're gonna ride a snowmobile. So I need to get a little more clothes on. So it's a snowmobile. One person only. So if there's anything you want there, I can't film for you really, but
I need to shoot something.
I need to go over there again when this timer runs out.
Okay.
Which is 14 hours from now.
Perfect.
I could let them know that you want to come, and we can make sure that.
Yeah, I'll go for that one.
All right.
Yeah, because they're not using me today. They use me in tomorrow's episode.
Tomorrow's episode.
So we have time.
Oh, your film will go into. Oh, got it. Okay, cool. All right. Gotta get another layer quick. Riding the snowmobile is gonna be brutal. It's not too bad in the no wind, but with wind it's bad news. So here we go. I gotta get another layer on. I'm heading over to the camp. On a snowmobile. gonna wear the clumpers.
Thank you.
Hello.
If you want to put your bag in there, it'll probably be more comfortable for stuff in that.
Sure.
Unless you want to keep that on.
I did want to keep this on.
Make it work. It'll just, the bag will kind of right up high there.
You can probably
but we're not going far. So.
flip it over. Oh, okay.
So you're familiar with helmets? Go outside. Probably best take the glasses off.
Yeah.
The helmet on, or replace the glasses in afterwards.
One bomb, one artillery. Copy. Hey, Larry, I just got this TV going. I can about be there 10 minutes. Yeah, you ready?
Jump on it. So you're going to change my battery for a radio.
Okay.
All good?
I can't see anything.
If you crack the visor so it sits just a bit open.
I don't know how.
I'll give you, and there's a vent here as well.
All right.
That's it.
help you with that?
Yeah, how's that coming down?
Pinch together here, then that thing will hatch up and sort of 90 degrees, so thumb a bit further out.
All right.
Quick. And then,
All right. That's all. It'll be quick.
Oh, right. Okay. You know, it's still in bed. You got up.
3 of us, I think, are up.
Oh, cool. Surprising.
Mark, who came back yesterday, earlier than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And he wanted to come out because he needs to do some film for the show he produces.
Okay, cool.
So when I come out next time,
So time you can
so unless that battery isn't doing well, it will be when this timer is done.
Okay.
Let's see here. 14 hours in a little bit. So it's 10 o'clock now. That's midnight.
Midnight.
Yeah. If that's doable.
We can make that work.
Okay. Look at that.
Cool. Wait,
Plus-
so you've captured that?
Yeah, basically a photo.
Yeah.
So
The light comes through the top.
yeah,
that's
and
really
it's
cool.
directional, so the sun went all the way around.
Nice. Oh, you're making it up.
All right, I need to make sure that's recording.
Go.
I pressed a button and I'm not sure if I did something. That'd be bad. If I pressed stop. It's recording.
Right.
Was that?
Your bag's still open.
know if I can figure this
little
one.
red tab. You feel like it with your fingers. Pull that and it really good. Oh, freedom.
Huh, thanks.
Yeah, do you think Mark will be okay just waiting until you next go out? Or do you want to go out before that? I can come and chat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pop in a bit.
All right.
And make a bit of a plan.
Cool. Thanks.
There you go.
The fun snowmobile ride.
Yeah.
So he's gonna come back over, see if you want to go out earlier,
Okay.
and make a plan with you, so you don't have to wait till midnight.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and I don't have to go back out till midnight because the batteries will last for sure. So, the first battery was still in the 90s, and the second one was at 20. So it could have gone the full 24, I think.
Did you get good footage of your ride?
Yeah, it was just on the whole way. So when we went around clockwise, so got the mountains there, we got the mountains there. So we'll see how it looks. It's pretty cool. But it's all crooked and stuff, you know, when it's going, but I can fix that if I need. But all right.
80s.
Nobody else up?
mountains over here. This is Roger, your captain. Beautiful day to go flying. And first officer.
Hi.
Tallest peak was Mark.
Okay. Oh. Alrighty. There we go.
You want to go to the window?
Usually I'll probably.
This is where they got it.
Yeah.
So they're gonna walk us out.
That's it.
This is it.
I'll reach you, scooch. Sorry. Security's here. I feel safe. Oops, sorry.
They don't see long.
Everyone get a seat, okay?
Johnny, you have a seat up there?
Yeah, I got a seat.
Awesome. So yeah, we'll do just like a 20-30 flight over this way. Look at the area. Make sure you drop your seatbelts for the whole flight. There's 4 emergency exits here if you need to get out. First aid kit's on the door there, the fire extinguisher, the emergency exit. We've got the survival equipment in the back if we need that at all. And there's no smoking. Get kind of thing, please. I'm sorry.
Anybody in here mind if I have my GoPro going this whole time?
No.
I'll never complain about economy class again.
You're sitting on it. Okay. Yeah, he's working you over there.
I think you'll just fly around and put your feet up.
That was one of the coolest things ever. Was it not?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Did you guys see the screen or not?
I did.
You
The
did?
Evolution? Yeah.
I did not. Oh, is that what that was?
So
Yes, yeah, we'll plan to get in that black van there and drive to the runway. So yeah, don't go too far. We'll probably pop in.
What's that for?
I'm seeing the big green take off there,
I really want to see that.
which not everyone has to go, but
Is that the cargo plane?
We flew over it.
It landed already?
yeah, it's already on.
yeah,
the
it
ground.
was. It landed while you guys were flying.
Okay.
Thank you, Liz.
The flight's here.
We can walk back over.
It was nice. It was very beautiful to sit out.
Did you hear?
Oh.
The flighties arrived.
Oh yeah. Bit late for the party, but
Yeah.
I'll take my filter, thank you.
okay.
Wasn't that stunning?
It was crazy.
Like, that was
You
one of
weren't
the
gonna
coolest
go.
things I've ever seen.
Dude,
No, I don't like the little planes. I did get a little sick, but I think it's because of
Pyramid top.
that was cool.
Yeah. That's
So,
the first time ever
look at
on
this.
a plane.
This cloud formation's been here all day.
Yeah?
The same one. Like it's something, you know, the wind pushing air up to cause the condensation there.
It's hard to tell, but it's hard to deny the shape.
Their feedback. they're wiggy, let me know because we still have that.
Is that the top?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have like this part of it. So let me know if you only have. What's that? It's
Here's the outer.
When the sun is over this mountain range here,
How's the fire? Yeah.
so beautiful.
Nuts.
So beautiful.
Compressed aircraft as well.
Oh,
I asked him if I could call him later. I usually do that just to, he's got a family. I don't want to drop in at a time that doesn't work for him.
That's nice to hear.
But I'll still call if he doesn't answer. So I sent him a picture from the mountain.
So I posted that one back and I just worked it out. I woke up at 6 a.m. 14th to see the sunrise on Uranus and went to bed at 5 a.m. on the 16th. So 47 hours.
Hey guys, I was hoping we were all going to be here, but I'll just tell you guys and I'll tell them when we get back. 2 people so far have asked me permission to post their stuff on their YouTube channels. Super appreciate that. Go ahead and post whatever you guys want. What I'd like to do is I'd like to give everybody the opportunity to post their pictures and videos on their own channels first, and then I think it would be good to share your footage with everyone and let everyone else post it on their channels as well. But we will allow people that took the film and the pictures to post it on their channels first. I think that would be a good kind of rule of thumb for the trip. Also, I do want the Final Experiments YouTube channel to kind of become a single source for pictures and videos of midnight sun, 24-hour sun, and kind of anything related to our Antarctica trip. So I'm going to create playlists on there, and I'll give whoever took the time-lapse footage credit, tag their channel. I think that'll be just a good way to kind of end the Final Experiment, so to speak.
I realised well it's even crazier. They've had bad weather, we turn up, it turns good, we get the 24-hour sun, and then it starts turning bad. Apparently. We've got the perfect window, we just run.
That's correct.
I'm scripted it.
Yes, that's right. It's amazing.
So no, somebody should post it on the just comment on the thing. Doesn't say that way. You can't absolutely necessarily get the company. Oh yeah.
just had an interesting thought. The flat Earth side, prior to us coming here for TFE, kept saying that we were going to have bad weather, not be able to film the sun, and that NASA might actually make clouds to block the sun from us. I don't know why this didn't hit me until just now. Saying that proves internally they have no confidence in their model and that the sun would set. Because if they did, they would want good weather so that we would all see a setting sun with our own eyes, and that the flat Earth side would be able to film a setting sun and use that as evidence for flat Earth and evidence against the globe. Right?
Yes.
That's huge.
Yes.
It just hit me.
It also means that Surf God is pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
Working on our side. Well, the religious flurfs, they think that NASA is trying to hide God. Well, their version of God is pretty weak. You can only make a tiny little snow globe, and they couldn't put clouds up to keep the confusion going. Okay.
These landscapes are just incredible. I can honestly say that I think going to Antarctica is probably the closest you can feel to if you are on the moon. And I'm not saying they're the same or anything like that. Just something so vast, so desolate, so beautiful, and so unique. I don't see where you could go anywhere else on planet Earth like this. And the closest place you could go is the moon. To feel this way and to see all of this. Just so breathtaking. Is so hard to get to, and so few people will ever visit here, that if they were to make a fantasy movie and film scenes here, people would not immediately recognize it as Antarctica. It's literally otherworldly. Like, I think about the movie Interstellar, where they go to other planets. That could be a planet in Interstellar, right there. It's just incredible. I never realized how mountainous it was like this.
Look at the tail of the plane sticking up there. Phil, look out the window there. See that? You just see the tail. See that?
Yeah.
That's the water didn't find its level.
Yes, probably just that's fine. Say something else. Yeah. I'd like to clear something up that was talked about, which we had incorrect information on. So, Akshay Nanavati does not have food placed for him on his trip. You hear that, Dave? He's carrying all of his food. So when they say they're going unsupported, that means they don't even have any supplies left for them along their journey or dropped to them. They must carry it all themselves. So he is attempting to cross Antarctica by himself, and I will tell you, ALE has concerns of whether or not he'll be able to pull it off. That is how difficult it is that what he's doing. And they're prepared whenever he says, hey, I made it or I can't go any further, to go get him. Now, was that actually in the air? Did you see it in the air or did you see it on the ground?
I think I saw it landing.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I think he's gonna let the ladder down for you, Jonathan. I think. You can start here, but I think you can.
Not going yet. Telephoto or wide lens?
I'm going to tele.
Okay, I'm gonna stay wide. We can trade?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You want 60 to 35, yeah?
16 to 35, yeah.
I'll stick with this one here.
What's that?
I'll stick with this one here.
Oh, you got this one?
Yeah,
Do we have a name for her yet?
No, not really.
No?
No. Taking submissions.
Tuna. How about tuna? Tuna.
Toonie. Toonie?
Toonie. Tuna implies it's a female.
I didn't know it's female.
Hot tuna. Yeah, yeah. It's an endearing quality. I think your things with
A toonie is currency, by the way. A toonie is currency.
Yeah.
Canadian currency, right?
Always.
There we go. I was going to film. You want to
There's one more kid coming. Scott's on the runway now. Yeah, and the kid just makes it down by okay, we're ready for that drop to start shortly.
Are they literally about to take off?
No, I like the top of this one. Thank you, though. We're at the Blue Ice runway.
Mind prepping my backpack in there?
When they're going for a solo crossing record, and they stop at the South Pole, they can't even take water.
I did not know
They can't take anything. They can't sleep inside.
Wow.
They have to set up their stuff out. They can't have somebody help them set up their tent. But
It does help
records
them
this
that they're
says
eating food though, because it makes their pack lighter as the journey goes on.
well, lighter, but only so much lighter.
About the waste.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're burning a lot of that, I bet.
Yeah.
I got the blue light.
Really slippery. Be careful.
Wow, that is slick.
Yeah.
Can't notice. Yeah, that's them burrowing up.
Ice, ice.
Baby.
Yeah.
If I give you that, that's it. It's expensive.
The snow is fine, but this ice is incredibly slippery. It's really, really slick ice. It's funky. It's got this funky surface to it. So Mark, our driver is the guy that brought me out. You were going earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so midnight speeds.
All right, sounds good. Is that?
Speed to film.
Oh, cool. Always wanted to be on Candace's staff.
When you guys, you're just gonna head back up to the terminal. Somebody else is coming flying up.
That might be
Yeah, cool.
So we are at the Blue Ice Runway. This is a unique feature
So-
they have here at Union Glacier.
This is blue.
What is it? It's got 15 hours.
Right.
Just depends how much snow is today.
Yeah, just depends.
This is largely naturally occurring, this area of blue ice. So the catastrophic wind comes off the plateau, keeps the snow away. We just help it along its way. It brings it.
So how long is it?
3 kilometers. Yeah, it doesn't look it, but again.
The runway is 3 kilometers.
Yeah, the set of distance.
Did you not notice when we landed? Yeah, normally when you land, like they throw the thrusters on for a bit and you feel the
Yeah.
brakes going. Brakes don't work on the ice. The thrusters were the only thing slowing us down the whole way.
Yeah.
And if anything, if you put the brakes on, you're liable to lose control. So.
Oh, yeah.
And as you can see, there's a bit of an obvious dip in it as well. So.
Oh yeah, I think I noticed that as a taxi.
We noticed the water didn't find its level.
Actually, that's a good point.
That's naturally occurring ice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's not a manufactured runway.
So we help it along its way a bit.
I mean, like the dip of the.
Oh, the dip, yeah, that's just natural. It's just the topography.
Can we get which way are we heading back up to the terminal point?
Well, we're going to head back up the way we came to the blue building there, and then what I'm thinking, I've not had a chance to chat to all of you yet, but the plane might come earlier tomorrow, so it might mean we can't do a trip out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So I'm keen to take
It would be, I think, great if we could get to the top of the runway.
Get a photo down.
We get up towards the top of the runway, get a view down so you can see the dip and the curvature of it.
Yeah, we'll head up there and then I can chat you through plans.
Yeah.
Get some information what you fancy. Awesome.
Briefly at the moment, I'm thinking we'll head over to the ice ball there. It's pretty cool. And
Might make some good pictures for you guys.
the ice ball.
Ice ball. See where the ice is coming down off the back?
Yeah.
It's all broken up.
Yeah.
We'll head over there and get along some of those bridges.
Okay.
We are on the wind. There's the ice fall back here. This is kept clean of snow.
So once everyone's out, time-wise, if you want to see the elephant's head as well, they don't do much more than like 15 minutes here. Or if you want to just prioritize this, we can go for a little longer.
Prioritize this. I got some pretty good shots of the elephant's head.
Cool.
We can post that.
We can go with a little longer walk here, maybe 20 minutes. Some pretty cool features.
This ice is incredibly slippery. But these little boots can handle it. The wind is but the temperature isn't so cold. Makes it somewhat bearable.
Over the
Go far. Whatever works for you guys. We probably should just stand still. So
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go explore everything.
Yeah, no, that's a thin layer of snow sitting on top of that.
We can go to the other side and see what's beyond the ice wall.
Feel Antarctica properly now.
Wow.
Yeah. My fingers are feeling. You know you're close. Oh, just very close. Yeah, don't get too cold. If you're starting to feel it in your fingers, I would jump back in the truck. like rocks around. Like blowing off now. Yeah, blowing off over there.
Where's Will?
He went to the truck. Go.
Oh, he's cold.
Done cold?
Yeah, he's gonna win there. But
I mean, I don't blame him. It is cold, so. Yeah, see, people are like, oh, but when you go there, you know, and I'm like, okay, stand outside for 5 minutes out here, and you tell me if you want to pee. What's the longest like you've ever gone on like a walk? Like,
longest has a time or distance.
oh, I guess both, right? I guess both would be important, right? Because depending on how fast you're going.
Yeah. I'd have to think. I mean, the longest I've been out is living in a tent on a trip for 3 months.
Okay. Here, specifically.
Yeah, that's that here.
Okay.
The distance. Well, depends on food.
Like, yeah, like on foot. Like this, you couldn't really do. Right.
Trying to get me blue hood up on my hat. It's like tangled. Black hood first.
Yeah, cool. Do you want to hang out in the truck?
Let's take all the.
Okay. Well, nobody get cold, so don't leave it to the point that you're shivering. Call it before then. Obviously, if we keep moving, we're going to stay warmer, so we can't keep wandering this way if people are up for it. Apologies, this is a bit of a last minute decision because it looks like we wouldn't get the opportunity otherwise.
Yeah, I got him in the truck.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
As long as you're good. So my assessment is most people are probably not loving the cold, so I don't think we'll walk super far, but these scoops are quite good.
crazy.
Oh yeah. Get the whole wicks. No, bro. No.
Pretty serious.
Huh?
Pretty serious wind. This is on the
I think it will be supposed to, I'm sure, yeah. See the scale, it's hard to really tell. This looks like a small feature there, and you get next to it, you're like, okay, it's quite big.
yeah.
You imagine some of the blocks up there, the size of them.
Like amateurs.
Okay, that's quite big. Then you look at the size of that. Like that big one I'm looking at there is probably 4 times the size. Yeah, that's always a challenge. It's gotta be your nose. If it's way it goes out too long, it will probably get hit. It'll start like. What do you guys think? Do you want to watch
That's hilarious. It just slid down.
Yeah. Avoid any fingers.
These rocks, they're protected by the treaty.
Yeah, you can technically take them away.
I know a guy that has come here several times, been to Union Glacier, looks for meteorites,
Oh, cool, yeah.
and he can take them.
Yeah, so he'll have a permit.
Yeah.
Permit to remove them. Yeah, so they do that with magnets, I believe.
Yeah, he has a special magnet. It's tuned to the right depth. Because he's like, well, you don't want to find something 3 feet down
Yeah.
in ice. You can't get it.
Yeah, the problem here is that the ice are really quick to find meteorites, because if they have landed here, they kind of stay on the surface rather than it's on snow.
So the surface of the runway, how is it compared to this? This is pretty.
Kind of the same. Yeah, like it's pretty rough as well. It's got these cups on it.
Do they do anything to it other than remove the snow?
No. And even then, most of the snow goes naturally. And then if there's any patches like these, they'll just come along with the
So
machine.
how do they? What other maintenance? I mean, it takes hours. How does it? Do they basically brush it?
No, they do very little to it.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a machine with a blade which will come and scoop up any snow
Okay.
and then blow it away. Beyond that, yeah, we just put markers outside. It's largely natural.
Because some of the stuff was, you know, before every landing, there's certain huge number of hours that they spend to clean and prepare the ice.
It's not necessarily the case, really. Yeah, they put in lights, so that's part of the job. They check they do a full check on the runway to see is the grip changing to good temperatures. If there's any layer of moisture, it becomes very slick. So, yeah, so do that.
I guess that's close to falling.
And then, as I say, any patches of snow like this, they'll come and clear. But the amount of time it takes in total varies. It could be from nothing to do to several hours. Yeah. Not consistent. The old camp was not sure how far, but it's over that direction, over this range of mountains. And its runway was basically running east and west, essentially. That's why they moved here. It's the height of the runway. Yeah, but they need to overshoot. Yeah. You guys good?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, this is like this again.
It's out the back of my bag. Hold that way and then you drop into that hill. But I don't like the background. So it's just you descending.
Get on the curve. Get on the curve.
tiny little pickup trucks. That's a proper car.
Ride those on the streets.
That is a Ford F5.
350 is kind of normal.
I think one of them is great. Yeah. But the cabin part, it's back close.
No less constant winds.
That was too Minnesota for me.
To Minnesota?
Yeah.
It was too Minnesota for it.
Well, you would have not enjoyed that.
No.
Like, it was great, but you would not have enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, the sights were so
Besides the fact that your ears hurt.
we walked up in that way, and then round the drop to the hill.
Just the very last.
The battery up last up there.
Awesome.
Can we grab the microphones? Fred will be back.
I don't even know
Huh?
where you put it.
Fred will be back.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
If you guys can put those spikes back in the bags they came from, the little black bags, that'd be amazing. Looking at the time, I think we're going to have to return to our base camp now.
Great. Thank you.
I know I need hand warmers.
Yeah. Are your hands okay, Mark?
Yeah, I have warmers. Anyone need it? I have a bunch of extra hand warmers if anyone wants them.
I might take you up on that offer. That is, yeah. For the most of the trip, it's been okay, but I think being out there,
Yeah.
I should have worn my earmuffs. Because my ears.
Yeah.
I could probably go a hand warmer myself.
They take a few minutes to warm up. Try and find.
What are you gonna do?
Just open them.
That was awesome.
At least.
And then
Open them and shake them. These are already warm.
Do you have any tissue up there by chance?
Always.
open like and take the plastic off.
Yeah, just pull them out of the plastic.
No wood was needed.
Shake it.
And then you put it inside.
Put it in your glove, yeah, like right here. on your palm.
There should be another side with another one.
One way.
Yeah, you think a drone and that would have been fun?
Yeah.
That wind, though? There's no. You would have lost your or broken it on the ice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect one shot. Credit to the special thanks.
Here, Dave, can you, Tuna wants to look out the front there.
Come on, Tuna. Outlook. I'm good, thank you. Yeah. Is that good for you, Tuna?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, basically running around legs and it'll stay.
Full sprint.
You want what?
Yeah, I think that's a cool
You
shot
are.
I got you.
Oh, push the legs out.
Well, no, I mean,
No.
where'd you get that?
Push.
Step up on the legs.
Yeah, that's what I did. That.
Put it on the ice when you got out. Isn't that great? I just got that while we were here.
I shot slow motion down there. 2 miles. That all highlighted. Clearly, big ass curves. Speculative reflection on the wheel.
Oh wow. Nice.
Yeah.
That's like the experience of ice.
Well, that was him surfing up the vertical slope of ice.
That's great.
Let's see. Dude, oh my god, you killed him. That was like a in the barrel.
Oh yeah.
You know I surf, right? I do surf photography, surf shit is my Instagram.
That's all.
There it is.
Something happened.
Oh yeah. That. We walked down into that dip. It was just a sheer vertical slope.
Let's check that out.
It was fucking
Oh, yeah,
crazy.
that's awesome. That whole thing was just tripping.
Yeah.
But you didn't slip. It felt like you slipped.
Yeah. There.
If I was 20 years younger, I would want to work out here and be the videographer. Because that would be a blast.
Yeah.
Be a camp videographer, but for here for everyone.
so well with the gimbal.
This?
Yeah.
Up here?
No, that's that on it. So through the wording.
Oh yeah, I know, that's cool. We gotta get it started.
My camera wouldn't fit through with that thing.
Look at these like feed shots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
stuff.
It just running around like hair all over the place. Absolutely.
That's so good.
I really just left it alone because
There was always something, no matter which way you look, there was just something to say.
this is sort of like the indirect shot. I went in close and pulled back.
Yeah. Fine, you can even do that. Get one of us.
Yeah.
Stand by the Arctic chart, and then you
Pull through the A, the Antarctic, and then pull through us.
so through the middle of the word. No. So I was going to say if you had, you might have got some. I was going to say if you had all of us stand, you just had a shot of all of us, that was with the camera through the A.
Yeah.
And you pull it back through the A, and it spells Antarctica.
Oh, but you guys start the shot and then pull it through Antarctic. That's the shot.
Has someone done that?
So no. So I was playing with it before, and I noticed when I went and stood behind the word Antarctic, and you could see the plane that we were on. You could see if I put my camera through the hole in the A, you could see that. So I pulled the camera back through and zoomed out,
here. And you just kind of kept walking. And I was like, okay, it's fine. You don't want to take a picture. It's fine. Because it was slippery a little bit. So I was like running down the hill past you. And that's the other way. I was expecting to. I was gonna just take it on the fucking ass.
Yeah.
Protect the camera.
Easy with Rennie was kind of circle that. We're going for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Scott, are we this close to the runway right now?
Shit, so I told her to just stand there.
Yeah.
Her face, the thing was blowing. Liz, that shot we did, where the wind is just whipping your face and just standing there.
I love it. This is why I chose the jacket.
We wanted to go low.
I was the thing, it was like turn around, it's just a wall of colour. It was like, that doesn't amazing.
That's what I'm saying. If I got lost, y'all would find me.
The other option is we come back out late tonight.
Okay, yeah.
Lane's like take off. Oh, yeah, we see her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even better. Yeah, let's do it. Thanks.
Well, so I just back out somewhere.
Yeah. For us to do a drone shot. Hey, so he thinks we can come back to this area to get our low drone shot.
Of course, that's it.
It's funny because my mind thinks like that. I'm like, wait, we can't come after dinner. Of course we can. It's the same the whole time.
Well, that's why you ended up saying tonight in the middle of the live stream, because that's just what your head naturally thinks.
We should take turns. When we're coming back, whoever comes back, we should like one person flies and we have people walking. We scale, so it's gonna be maybe car tracking, like painting tracking with them on the ice. Like really fast.
Scott just referred to it as back tonight.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Dude, it's funny because I could not see it.
It's not bad. Ooh. Dude. Stunning.
That's nice. It's just so super slow. Yeah, the straight line coming out.
Always that is what I want.
That's how the real ones go.
That's why Will got his GPS trackers. It's not to keep an eye on us, it's for the penguins knowing up there, going somewhere we shouldn't be. So what we're getting this morning, asking about the penguins. She's like, if you take me to see the penguins when I'm 5, maybe it might need a bit more time than that. She's only just turned 4.
So cute.
So I spoke to the elves, the elf on the shelves.
Yeah.
Which will come on the plane. So my missus had used the photo that I did of the pole on the pole, showing the kids and that this morning. And hit the others, obviously those snuck away. And then that's on the plane and had a window.
That's such a great one.
Well, I phoned a video called because the oldest two were the dads today, so the youngest one was just there and on my phone. I was like, what the elves do? She was like, have you got the elves? Have you got the elves there? The elves there? And I couldn't be like, oh, you mean these magic elves who snuck up to me? She's like, yeah. So She's like, you keep them safe, can you look after them? I said, although I think it's a magical way to see me just to check.
Right now,
I think they might magic way back to you. So she's like, no, you keep them there safe with you. Plans on the turns, which like 2 hours on the shelf, so I bought 2. Took them out. Video called with Quantum Rainers. It's one that I was with Lucy had gone and bought a different third elf because he all had Christmas jumpers. Like, oh great, now I'll have screwed me over. So now they should have it's like one stayed behind to look after them. Because everybody always was like, yeah, but didn't all go. So one of them stayed here. I said, yeah, I think one of them stayed there to keep an eye on you lot, and the other 2 came to check on me. She's like, yeah, I think they like you better because they like blue.
Adorable.
She's an absolute character.
Sounds like it.
It's just together those solar spots. Need to do the polarization footage.
Yeah, I should probably put you in touch with Bert and Joe. Or Joss. It's either Joe or Joss.
For what?
Huh?
For what?
The sunspot.
What's really annoying about the sunspots one is the fact that because the tracker, normally if you were doing like a time lapse like that, you just take all the pictures and stick them all together. But because I'm having to move it, it's going to be dancing, so I'm going to have to go through every single one and center it on the sun.
Yeah.
Which, you know, only for 1,200 photos.
That can be done with software if you need help.
You've got one that could. I mean, it should be fairly straightforward, seeing how it's just trying to put. It's all black and then a circle. It just needs to place it in the same spot each time.
They're all the same.
They're all the same focal line. The only issue is that by default they're all raw files, so I'm guessing I'd have to get sort of JPEG first. So the software. I mean, to be fair, actually, raw to JPEG is not that difficult because I'll just batch export all of them what we got. So I can get them as JPEGs just for the time lapse side of things. But if you can do software like that, you can code up software. But if you get in, take, exit, delete, the time of the date, and display it on the images. So I thought that would be great if it's actually got a roll plot of what time the picture taken. I had it set to 60 second intervals. There was odd times where it had stopped it to check the focus or whatever and carried it on. So it's not pinpoint perfect, but yeah, pretty much. It was just left to some device and it was all in a minute of shot.
Yeah.
All the exit dates.
Batch export is keeping the exit.
Yeah, it should be able to keep all the exit dates for it.
Was there a bag in front of you?
There was 2 on this seat. I think Dave is sitting on it.
Oh, I can't right on that one. Is that XL or L? Oh yeah. I think I actually have a large. Yeah.
So this is raw. This is your camera brand specific raw.
Yeah, Sony ARW files. Well, that
The image level.
you are. I can manage export them to it just literally like select all export JPEG.
Yeah.
And probably take 20 minutes to do it. But I can do that.
Here, say I'm
finally.
This lights up. What happened?
Yeah, right.
No, it's not gonna work.
Resolution 24 megabytes.
It's like a torch receipt.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, I won't because all of them will be from. you gonna say?
What did you do to get your video down to 48 seconds? Did it remove things?
Well, I mean, it would have. It might not have done for mine per se because it was a time lapse video. But the full time lapse video was just 25 minutes. So in the Insta Studio, there's an option for speed up. So I think I put it.
Speed?
Yeah, I think I put it to 30.
So did it keep all of the images but just increase the speed, or did it remove some?
It might have had to remove them for a frames, just to grab as many frames to go.
Which is okay. I'm just curious. I just want to understand.
I mean, well, I don't know what, whether it is.
So how far away are those mountains right there, I wonder? Any idea?
2 miles.
2 miles.
Well, we know how high altitude is. So we could do his angle measurements, assuming we can see the bottom of it. No, that doesn't work. I think it might have dropped an odd one.
Hey!
It might have had to drop an odd frame because I think it's set to 32 times speed, not 30, so if it's 30 frames per second video, then every 30 second, it's going to be 32 frames, so it might have to drop on once. It's alright, flat sort of mind issues. I'll work it out. I can't even remember the number. So you were shooting 30 FPS. Oh,
Why?
yeah. That's how many frames each of your videos has.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Every single one of those.
Yeah.
Daily glory.
This turned out pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was nice.
Oh, that's stunning.
It's Victor. The Victor. Someone's comments were like, those were like, okay, enjoy the win, try not to put out. You did it though, fellas, I did it. Like it was like, oh, it was a positive comment. It was like, I kind of appreciate it. You guys haven't. It was on the final experiment. It was like good work, you achieved it or something.
I think it's just like
I was shooting you doing that walk. Back. Might have used it the other thing.
oh yeah, that was it.
The parallax.
Yeah. I did this in one too actually, but I wasn't even back.
But who? Oh yeah.
When we were walking, I was walking alongside him.
Yeah.
I kind of wasn't looking where I was going, and then I suddenly realised I'm just walking to the edge of it, an ice hill. I was like, oh, okay.
Those clouds, that circular cloud. I kept thinking it was a lens flare. Like something got on my lens. This is
Huh? I think they have some.
what the result was, it doesn't have an argument left. But it is also straight flat out denial of anything. So, my worry, like, that's the other side of the process of before they have to listen to us. They can just in their own time.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we do show them. Maybe a hitter.
Okay, you're heading out for another run, is that correct? Okay, that's not cool, but good luck. We'll see you in a little while.
You're not supposed to tell you, yeah, it's meant to be people.
Okay, mate, enjoy. 1.5 hours.
Yeah, went over to when Mark to give his album back and I was together and also was 2 minutes past. Did I have all the sort of photos? How much of the solo focus did I get? So I'm trying to explain to him. Actually, I think the consistently tracked ones all the way around. I think by the time it sort of the alignment and everything got it in going consistently, it was about 20 hours. But from the first test shots that I took, it was like 25 to 26 hours.
Now, because you had it on an equatorial mount, was the camera always level or was it sometimes
No,
tilted?
it rolled slightly. It didn't obviously roll 180 degrees.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
a slight lean to it, but that was kind of expected. Because Karen and I had asked me before we started what the would predict the sunspots would do, and I'd kind of explained to them that if we were directly in the South Pole, the sunspots would stay fixed. Instead, because we're about 10 meters off the South Pole, there will be minimal one. So, and obviously throughout the day, the sunspots could themselves anyway. But that was why I was trying to press Austin, you know, when he came out and he took some pictures, and then and then it was like, oh man, there's sunspots in tricky. Almost like he thought he was having something. That was why I was trying to press him to what he's got, because if he's watching it, like if he's taking different directions, based on the horizon and holding the camera level, the sunspots will be moving. Oh yeah, that shows. You had yeah, I did. I got salmon and wedges. Which one do we call it anyway? I didn't eat them, so yeah, I'm well set.
There's no trees here. Trees? Yeah. No life. I was speaking to one of the great guy the other day, and he was saying about the wildlife or lack thereof. Because he used to do the cruises around Antarctica, and it was like, you know, how does the camps compare to the cruise ships and stuff like that? You don't see the wildlife here. It's like you've got the birds, you've got the penguins, you've got the seals, whatever else. He said, over here, there's nothing. He said there's one of three species of birds very rarely appear in the sea. Very rarely, that's it. Three species of birds occasionally appear in the sample, but never any more than that. Just three species. Like, albatross? No, they were like really obscure names that I can't remember. But I did point out too when I was setting up, I thought I heard like a fly buzz right here, and I thought I must have just imagined it. I did point out that maybe it was
for a brisk jog. Wow. It's impressive.
In fact, there's a few of them. There's 2 more than I find it tiring driving 10K, so it's really
Yeah, right.
really need to stop communicating 24 hours. It's just saying 6. That was what kept throwing me up in the camp the other day. When you just go in, it's 2:30, it's 3, and I'm got the sun shining through the glass, and I'm just, my head's immediately thinking 2 p.m. and it wasn't, it's AM.
Latitude is measured. That's what it is. That's measured. When late 1800s, the distance between line and latitude was a century measured.
People that not notice it when we're doing the live stream, who's doing it walk around and showing all the equipment, but the amount of mine.
Gonna get tuna?
On the edge of the flat earth was what we first.
Right.
I might try this. But oh yeah.
Oh, not for the third time on this trip.
I've lost my whatever.
Mark, what do we do with these hand warmers? Okay,
Throw them away. They die from.
and when they die, you're and dinner is in less than an hour. How exciting!
Gift shop is open for 20 more minutes.
Ooh, I gotta go to the gift shop. I'm gonna hurry.
shop.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, so we're having drinks in the tent beyond the shop. As soon as you guys are ready, we'll see.
Drinks.
You're on.
Getting smashed.
See what you want to do.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. I like things on. Polarization.
Oh, yeah. Shop's gonna be open soon, or is it? Oh, is it open right now? Gotta go drop up some stuff and get the wallet. Hold on. Hold this for a second. I gotta put on my gloves.
Yep.
It's cold in Antarctica.
Yeah. Don't worry about being close to me because I've got the microphone on this one. So it's more just for context.
Okay.
So, yeah.
This one. And then
Okay, that's recording. What date are we on today? 7th.
what's that?
Date.
Date?
Yeah, is it the 16th?
I think it's the 16th.
My head's fried. 16th. Yeah. Okay, so it's way too loud. The mic volumes. Okay, it's the 16th of December. The time is 19:39, so 20 to 8 in the evening. We're at the Union Glacier camp. The sun is in a easterly northeast direction. I'm going to be testing a potential claim that the midnight sun is in fact a reflection. Now, several people have pointed out to me that reflected light will polarize, so we can test this with a circular polarizing filter. I'll show you how this works if I rotate the polarizer. The polarization effect will cut out reflections. So, just to demonstrate this, there is a reflection of the sun in this truck window. And if I place a polarizer over it, you can see the glare from the sun reduces and then increases with polarity. If I continue spinning the polarizer and I bring it over the Antarctic sun, there is no... Oh shit, sorry. I need to redo that, Mike. I screwed myself up. I didn't think it through. I couldn't see the sun was too bright when I pointed up there, so I started to drop the exposure, and then I was like, that's going to reduce the glare. They're going to think I've just proven the fucking point.
Yeah, you gotta fix the exposure?
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. All right. Okay, so this is December 16th. The time is about 8 p.m. in the evening. We're at Union Glacier camp. And I'm going to be doing a little test just to deal with a potential explanation for the 24-hour sun, which is that it is a reflection. So the thing about reflecting light is sunlight itself is not polarized, but the reflections of sunlight will be. Now, usually to deal with reflections, photographers use a polarizing filter. This is a circular polarizing filter. There is the sun, so easterly direction. There is a reflection of the sun on the side of this window. If I place the CPL filter over it, you can see the glare from the sun reduces and then increases.
What do you think? Here?
I thought she was kidding. Oh, look out.
Aber dann wäre es ja wichtig, dass wir das Frühstück uns treffen. Nee, eigentlich schon ausgecheckt haben. Dass wir, sobald das gehen losgeht, wird schnell geschrieben hat.
Also warte mal, das ist auf jeden Fall. Hier ist Matterhorn. Ja. Dann ist es auf dem. Alphügel?
Nee, Alphügel hat kein Fels nicht.
Nee, aber. Ach, Rimfahren?
Ja, der Galb ist der schwerste.
It's big six. It's legit. So it's not so.
No. Like, next like doesn't like next like the candidates doesn't pass it through.
Ah,
Yeah, for sure.
Er hat geschrieben und gratuliert.
warte mal. Dann schicke ich ihn auch gleich. Das ist ja cool.
Please don't do a sermon.
Das macht da nichts. Dann gehe ich.
That's good. We can hear you.
Nö, dann ist es nicht so.
Honest to meet you.
You get to work or? Yeah. Comfortable?
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Welcome, everyone. So good to see everybody. I'm pretty sure this is a talk that no one in here expected to have coming to Antarctica. So my name's Will Duffy. I'm actually a pastor of a small church just outside of Denver, Colorado. And 3 years ago, a friend of mine, her name is Wendy, she changed her name on Facebook. She removed her last name and she changed her last name to B Level. So she changed it to Wendy B Level. Now, usually when people change their last name on Facebook, it usually means they've divorced or have something going on in their life. I didn't quite understand why she changed her name to that. And she started posting about flat Earth. I saw this and I was at first thinking it was a joke, but the people commenting were in support of her and she seemed serious. So being my friend, we've been friends for over 15 years, I reached out to her and she confirmed to me that she was a flat earther. So my thought was, well, okay, that's interesting. Obviously the world's not flat. And so I thought I could just convince her that she was wrong and then we could move on. That didn't happen. I started having conversations with her privately. I shared arguments with her. She would rebut them. And I quickly realized I didn't understand this whole debate. I didn't understand the flat Earth position. I honestly didn't really understand the globe position that much either. So I think if anybody's ever experienced this, where you start to have a disagreement with someone and you find out that you really don't understand this issue that you're having a disagreement with, I think a lot of people just kind of move on and just say, this isn't something I want to look into, this isn't worth my time. But I was like, I don't want to do that. So I decided I was going to go deep into this whole world of people who debate the shape of the Earth. And so she would send me articles, I would read them. She would send me videos and I would watch them. Some of them were very long. She would send arguments to me that I had not heard of and I would research them. And I quickly started spending a lot of my time on this. My wife got frustrated with me because I was spending so much time on this. And one day I was driving home from work and I thought to myself, wait a minute, we're debating the shape of an object, okay? The shape of an object is pretty elementary, right? That's what our children, they learn about shapes before they learn how to read and how to write and how to do math. And I thought to myself, not only are we debating the shape of an object, it just so happens to be the largest object that we come in contact with on a daily basis. So I thought to myself, instead of trying to convince my friend Wendy that she's wrong and that I'm right, what if I could come up with an experiment that would just settle this debate for everyone? Just done. Settle it. And so I made a decision I was going to do that. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't have a name for it. But I walked in the door after work and I told my wife, I'm going to do something. Hopefully it'll be big. And my goal is to settle the debate and end the debate. So over time, just thinking about it, I came up with the name, and so I called it the Final Experiment, and so that is what it's called, and that's why we're here. Listening to flat earthers and listening to their videos, reading their content, I noticed there quickly was a pattern that emerged, which is that the globe and flat Earth differ significantly when you get south of the equator. And that is because on the flat Earth map, the North Pole is in the center, and on the globe, the North Pole is in the center of the Northern Hemisphere. But on a flat Earth, when you get past the equator and you start going south, everything gets bigger and further apart. Whereas on the globe, when you go south of the equator, everything gets smaller and closer together. So I knew whatever we were going to do for the final experiment would need to happen in the Southern Hemisphere. I ran through some ideas, such as, taking flights in the Southern Hemisphere, doing some sort of observations or tests in the Southern Hemisphere, and I wanted it to be definitive. I didn't want to leave it up to interpretation or people second guessing what it was, and so none of the ideas panned out. And then I was listening to a flat earther one day who goes by the name Flat Earth Dave. His name is David Weiss. And he mentioned this thing called a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And he said a 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. And he said a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe. And that's when I had my light bulb moment. The light bulb moment is, okay, both sides agree about this. Both sides are saying the same thing. The globe side is saying there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That proves the globe. Flat Earth side is saying if there was one, it would prove the globe, but they're denying that there's a 24-hour sun. Now, there's not a lot of videos of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica online, and there's, I think, only videos from probably two people. And one of them has an edit in it, a clear edit, which has created essentially a larger conspiracy that there really isn't a 24-hour sun where we are, and that videos have to be doctored and altered and edited in order to make it look like there's a 24-hour sun. Now, at the time, I didn't know if you can go to Antarctica. I didn't know if you could, how to do it, how to get there. I didn't know any of that, but I just knew this was the final experiment, getting to Antarctica, seeing with our own eyes whether or not there's a 24-hour sun. So I started doing research, found a handful of companies that take people to Antarctica. A lot of them take people by boat, and just a very small handful you can get here by plane. To see the 24-hour sun, you've got to be further south than the Antarctic Circle. So taking a boat to the Antarctic Peninsula would not work. And I eventually found ALE and was like, okay, there, Union Glacier is at 79 degrees, 46 minutes south, just on 80 degrees south. That would work. So I started figuring out the logistics of what it would cost to get here, when what are the best dates with the southern summer. And so it would be December. And then the big thing was this. In the world of all of these very heated debates between flat earthers and globe earthers, there's so much disagreement going on, and it's become such a heated debate that from my vantage point of being new to that world, I didn't see progress being made. I just saw a lot of butting heads and people not listening to each other. And so I thought to myself, the way to do this would be to do this together, would be to come together. So say, hey, flat earthers, globe earthers, let's join hands and let's go do this experiment together and figure out what the truth is. So how do you do that? That's not an easy task. So most of you probably are aware, getting to Antarctica is not cheap. And so I decided I was going to pay out of my own pocket for one flat earther and one globe earther to come to Antarctica for the final experiment, document, experience everything that we see, and then kind of propagate that to everyone. So this idea started growing. People started talking about it. People started subscribing to our YouTube channels, and articles were written about it, and it just started to grow and grow and grow. I won't go through all of these details, but eventually we ended up with 4 flat earthers and 4 globe earthers coming here to Antarctica for the final experiment, which is super exciting. So it's almost like, you know, teams coming together and saying, hey, one team thinks there's not a 24-hour sun, the other one thinks there is. Let's just go there together and figure this out. We don't have to rely on people who say that there is, because they could be lying. We don't have to rely on videos because they could be edited or doctored. And so we made this plan to come here this week to do this. So obviously you guys have been here, staying here, the sun doesn't set, but we all know that now. But more importantly, we have documented it. We've taken, you know, incredible video up to as high as 11K resolution, and we're already starting to get that out and get the word out. So anyway, that is what we're doing here, and would love to take questions, as I'm sure there's a lot of questions. And if I don't have an answer, we've got some flat earthers here who can represent their side and their position as well. So any thoughts? Yeah.
Sorry about I have probably 2 questions. I don't know who the flat earthers are here, but has their mind been changed?
Good question. Do you guys want to take that now or no?
So for me, I've been a flat earther for 9 years, and I've taught that the world is shaped like a map that many have seen. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's the azimuthal equidistant map. Many call it the Gleason's map. That's been my teaching, and it's because, like you said, up until the Tropic of Capricorn, everything works perfectly on that map. It just falls apart, at least now I know that, at least beyond that. Mostly because on that map, if you're on Antarctica, you're on the outside edge of the circle. So in no time should you ever see the sun by looking south. It's just not something. And because 95% of the population of Earth lives above the equator, it's very hard to find footage or people that you can really count on talking about. So for me, I could not teach that map anymore. I could not, with good conscience, tell my son that's where we live, or any of my audience. So yeah, has my mind been changed about that map being completely and totally wrong? Yeah, at least for me, that map is not correct. And so if I don't know if there's I don't necessarily believe in proof, because I think with new evidence, anything can change, and that's the way we should look at everything, just like this. So, I mean, for me, if you ask me what matches what I've seen this week, it's the sphere model of the Earth matches pretty much identically to what we've witnessed. So it'd be if somebody comes tomorrow with some new evidence and says, well, wouldn't this work with a 24-hour sun down there? Then I possibly would change my mind, because again, there is a lot of things I think we see too far. We have evidence of that, meaning that on a sphere of the size that they say, I would think you only see a certain distance, and we can find evidence of us seeing way further than that. The globe has an answer for that. They say refraction lifts things up, and you can see further than the edge of the Earth because of the way that light works and refracts over the curve. So they have answers for those things. So, but there is evidence, there is reasons why. I've always believed that the Earth is flat. But for me right now, it's simply put, the evidence that I've seen this week with my own eyes it matches pretty perfectly to the sphere model. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, that's a really good answer. So then, as a follow-up, presumably not all flat earthers are going to be easily convinced. There's probably a large number, right? What, I guess maybe from your point of view, is what would the next steps be? It would be hard to consider this as, the final experiment, as much as you would like it to be, right? But do you actually consider the final experiment? Do you consider it done and dusted, or is there something further to go?
Yeah, so for me, this has taken a lot of time to put together, and I'm very tired, so it's definitely final for me. But with that said, we have done a lot of other things down here. We did experiments in Punta Arenas before we got here, and we've done other experiments here as well. And so we're going to be releasing our findings. Our list is about 15 different experiments that we did, and all 15 match the globe. And so it's my hope that when we release all of that, people will take a look at it as a whole and realize that flat Earth has been falsified.
My advice would be to anyone in the future looking at this is when you like, nobody will ever be told something and just change their mind, right? It's just not something that happens. People are not, you can't convince anybody of anything. People have to realize it themselves. They have to kind of come to the conclusion themselves. So again, I know that every flat earther can't come down here and see what I've seen, but the hope would be that at least now that we know what happens, then they can start trying to draw another map or trying to figure out another way. If they really feel it's flat and all their evidence tells us it's flat, then let them play with that new data, and maybe they'll find a way that it could still be flat, and maybe they won't. But at least that will help them. I've tried to do it myself. I mean, I had the thoughts before we came here of, if I do see it, how else can I explain it? And because the flat Earth map requires you to be pushed to the outside, the south, no matter what. I think I was saying before that, with just those three things, do we know what the sun does? And the answer is, yes. It goes around in a circle. If we know that, then we know that if you are pushing the south to the outside, then how does the sun go backwards around somebody's head in the outside? So it's just, I think that people need to maybe kind of reach that conclusion on their own. And I hope that they don't just take what I've seen and say, okay, good, I'm done. I hope that they process it and then try to work it out through their own heads. And I think sometimes that's what people need. So that's my hope.
He kind of asked the same questions I was going to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
What is the religious component in your discussion and in your experiment?
Yeah, so there isn't a religious component in the experiment, but there does seem to be a religious component on the flat Earth side. It's not all of them by any means, but it does appear to me from my experience that the majority of flat earthers are religious. And the idea, I think, as to why, if the world was flat, why is there this lie of us living on a globe? The answer I hear the most often is that the world is trying to hide God. And so they argue that God created a flat earth with a dome over it. And if the word gets out that we actually live on a flat earth with a dome, everybody will instantly, I think, realize, okay, God is real and God created the earth. Does that answer your question?
Can you tell us a bit more about the other experiments that you conducted?
Yes. So again, referring to the map that Jaron mentioned, the AE map or the Gleason's map, which I think is the only plausible flat Earth map. Again, when you get to the southern hemisphere, things get a little bit crazy. So we have a gentleman here that took part in the experiment from London. We've got another gentleman who took part in the experiment from Australia. And so they both took non-stop flights to Santiago. And so on a globe, the flight from London to Santiago is actually longer than the one from Sydney to Santiago. But on a flat Earth map, it would have to be 2 to 3 times the length. And so we were able to obtain the flight data from their 2 flights, both from them videotaping and just data online. And the Sydney to Santiago flight was shorter than the one from London. So that's one example. Another one is the sunrise and the sunset in Punta. So when you get very, very far south on the flat Earth model, when you're south of the sun's circuit, which it would be on the flat Earth model, the furthest the sun travels is the Tropic of Capricorn. And so a sunrise would actually happen in the northeast and it would set in the northwest. And so when we got to Punta, we were able to videotape a sunrise in the southeast and a sunset in the southwest. We also measured the distance between lines of longitude. As I mentioned before, on the flat Earth, the lines of longitude continue to get further and further apart. They diverge indefinitely, yet on the globe, they converge as you get closer and closer to the South Pole. And so we were able to take those measurements at 53 degrees south. They match 53 degrees north. So that's a handful of them.
us who live and work in Antarctica, and we've operated in other parts of Antarctica with other people in Antarctica, and indeed we're part of expeditions that are currently crossing Antarctica. What are your? I'm interested into who we are, or who they think we are. Are we agents of part of the globalist conspiracy, or I'm just interested, respectfully, what they think we are that live and work in Antarctica?
Do you guys want to take that?
No, okay, flat earthers don't deny that there are people in Antarctica or that there are approved places to go. What they question is the lack of a continuous circumnavigation north to south. So east to west circumnavigation happens every day, thousands of times. North to south has never happened. In fact, the Guinness World Record for north to south circumnavigation was actually fraudulent, and the guy went to the South Pole and popped back up north. So he had like an emergency happen. He didn't continue south, but they gave him the award anyway. So obviously, that is definitively impossible on a flat Earth. You cannot continue south and pop back up on the other side. Only a ball allows you to do that. And every time we look to find someone doing that, they cut their path back up north. Now, if you look at it on a flat Earth, that's what you would have to do. You would go south, and eventually you get enough into Antarctica to go to the other southern continents. You're going to have to go north. So that's what they say. And I will say, what has breathed major life into flat Earth is the misunderstandings of their actual positions and the misrepresentations of their actual positions. That's a good example where people will say flat earthers claim you can't go to Antarctica. And I met maybe 10,000. No one ever said that. You just can't freely and privately explore here. I will say, you wouldn't want to. It doesn't look, So now being here, it's pretty obvious why you wouldn't do that. But that's more like what they actually question in terms of Antarctica.
Just to answer real quick again about what you said about what could we do to further this conversation or make it better. I think it's insane that we don't have a 24-hour view of the sun circling down here for people in school, for students. I think it's a travesty. I shouldn't have to come here to do this, to see that, because it's something that to me is kind of definitive. It's something that if it was able to be seen and actually be able to be watched. So I don't know if you guys know, but if you type in South Pole webcams, the second link that comes up on Google, if you go there, they give you these time lapses, and they show from 2004 to 2024 all these time lapse footage. Not once does it show a sun do a full circle. The camera will go for about 12 hours and it shuts off and then it restarts. So if you're talking to conspiracy theorists, that's a great thing that makes you go immediately, oh, we got a problem here. Why can't they show it? If it's real, why wouldn't they show it? So I think that for me, that's something I personally will work on, is whether it's talking to the NSF or talking to NOAA or somehow to figure out a way that, even if it was here, a camera that was here that ran just during the 4 months that you guys are here, I don't think it would be terribly expensive. Yeah, is it something that's $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000? Maybe not, but I think the overall benefit would be immeasurable. Really, something like that could be really helpful to people, to students, to see. Because again, we all went to school, and this was not even a discussion. They never showed us anything from down here. They didn't talk about these things. It's almost like they skipped over it. So again, from a conspiracy theorist standpoint, when you look at that, it's questionable. And then on top of that, we found numerous incidents of people faking proof of the curvature of the Earth, from Stephen Hawking's Genius program, where he, how do we know the shape of the Earth? He showed a helicopter being hidden behind some thing of water 6 miles away, and we actually figured out and showed conclusively 100% that it's faked. Why would you ever fake something if you're PBS? We don't know. Same thing with Nat Geo, faked evidence of the curvature of the Earth. We understand now it's probably because it's very difficult to get or gather but faking things, if you're trying to come across as scientific and you're talking to a conspiracy crowd, you should know they're going to dig into it very deep. And if they can expose that you're lying, then you've just hurt yourself, and it's so much worse than I think they'll ever realize. So don't fake things.
Was there an attempt to, I think one of the theories is that there is a dome that, as the Antarctica goes around, was there an attempt in one of the experiments to go as far as you can through Antarctica?
You'd have to go so far. I mean, no one knows how far you can go south.
Okay.
That's the big contention. And I will say a few things are kind of misrepresented. So flat earthers aren't flat earthers because of religious reasons. There's probably a handful, but most of them would tell you that discovering that the earth is not as we were told forced them to acknowledge that there's a creator. Then many of them end up picking a religion. That's the vastly, more common experience. And it's more so not really even about the flat part. It's about if it's not moving, which I won't even get into all the technical evidences of the fact that the earth doesn't move, but it's not. And if the earth is not moving, that means everything's moving around it. And so if it's in the center of the whole universe, logically, the question is, how would it get there unless someone put it there? So most people become like a creationist that way. Obviously, a dome kind of denotes it as well, but it's really the center of the universe part. There are some people that are like, oh, well, the Bible says it. So I heard about flat earth. I read the Bible says there's a firmament, whatever, I believe it. But that's not really the case for most people. And most people would tell you, we have no idea where a firmament would be. If it exists, you'd have to go unidentified distance south, right? And it would be absurd to try to do that, certainly after being here, right? You would just pretty much die. Realistically, you're going to die, so yeah.
Question about that. There's people, probably in this room that went to the South Pole yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. So we do know that people have gone there, and not all to be argumentative, but if we know that people have done that, what would the conflicting idea be to that?
Well, it would be you need to go to the South Pole and then continue directly south. So, now, I guess on the globe it technically flips around. So you go down to the South Pole, then it becomes north.
Right.
You continue straight across the continent. No deviating back up, straight all the way, and you should just pop back up on the other side of the ball and reach a continent. And that is definitive, and every flat earther agrees it's definitive. And every flat earther has said, do it, document it, prove it. And then you can see where, when they look into it, the Guinness Book of World Record that was given for doing that was fraudulent. The guy did not do that. He went up north. So then like, oh, why would you have to do that? Why would you have to cut the webcams? Why do they keep claiming people have done it, but the stories are not true? That is what has created this. Same thing with the 24-hour sun. They cut out the 8-hour webcams, but also there was no videos of it when Flat Earth became a thing. But there's thousands in the north. Now, obviously, again, being here, I can see why that would be much more difficult. But then one comes out and it was edited, and they took the end, they put it at the beginning, or they took the beginning, put it at the end to make it look like it was 24 hours. And it's always this side who has to point out the lies. The other side was like, it's not fake, And then the guy comes out and admits, yes, we did edit it. So that's why we agreed to come, is because there was just a lack of evidence. Sharon and I actually slightly disagree on this. I don't think that this definitively proves the globe. I will say it matches the globe. I've seen too much on the surface of the Earth to show that the current radius value claimed can't be true, but yeah, anyway, I won't ramble too much.
May I ask, as another respectful question, as a globe earther, I would assume that a picture, a photograph, a video from space, and from space would be the final proof to see that it's a board.
Yeah.
You probably assume that this might be manipulated. But if you assume that this might be manipulated and now you're convinced, it means that anything which you have not seen yourself, which you have not heard yourself, might be manipulated. How can you deal with this?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the reason that flat earthers won't accept anything from space, and I still won't, is because I looked into the moon landing, and the moon landing was faked. Some people in this room may disagree. The moon landing is a joke. It's laughably faked. And so when I looked into flat earth, I'm like, same thing you thought. I'm like, well, we've been to space, so I'm just going to go look at a picture of the globe, and this is stupid. And then I found out, that was 2015, that the last even claimed real picture of the Earth to be an entire, like you only see half a sphere, of course, but the Earth from space was 1972 Apollo missions. Well, I already knew the moon landing was fake. So I'm like, well, how is it 2015 and they don't even claim to have, they should have millions of pictures of Earth from space. They don't even claim to have one until the Apollo missions. And then I found out the default wallpaper of the iPhone, first generation, was the blue marble, and that you can go to NASA's own website, they will say, that's not a real picture. We stitched together airplane data, basically, wrapped it around a ball, and Robert Simmons, who did it, will say he painted it. It's not a real picture. So that was super suspect to me, to say the least. I've also found NASA faking things from ISS footage. Provably, they have faked footage that they've claimed was in space. So at this point, no flat earther is gonna like you can't show them a picture when they say, well, we stitched it all together, it's all composite, but trust me, it's real. After seeing all the fakery, yeah, it is unfortunate, but like for example, for that proof, I would have to go to space. And maybe it's real, you know, I don't know, but for sure, it's a lot of stuff has been faked. And I always try to tell globe earthers this: they hurt their side so much because instead of honestly acknowledging the person saying, yeah, for sure there was a green screen glitch there, or I see what you're saying, I do see the fakery, I see why you're hesitant, or whatever, they just gaslight them and act like they're crazy. So then they just think, oh, well, you have to lie to defend the globe, right? So that's the history, pretty succinctly put, as to why people won't trust images from space.
And there's like the website Himawari 8, which is a picture of the side of the globe that has Australia on the bottom, and it doesn't have much else. Japan, and they say that it takes a picture every 10 minutes, but when you watch it live, it takes about 30 to 35 minutes for one image to show up. And again, from a conspiracy theorist standpoint, that's about how much time it would take you to grab some data, some cloud data, and basically fake that image and to put it out. So another thing that to me, even today, I'll never make sense of that. If we are in space and we were able to have geostationary satellites and they're able to take a picture of the Earth, then that picture should take less than a minute to hit the internet, not 35 minutes, 45 minutes.
You should have a live feed.
Make sure just to say it. The geostationary satellites, they don't have like a camera like that. They have a sensor that sweeps. So it takes line by line pictures. It's still a picture. It still does the same thing as that, just in a different way.
Right, but
one thing you'll find, one thing
Yeah.
you'll find about the geostationary satellites, we can't use them down here. We can't use them down here because the curvature of the Earth doesn't let them see this part of the world. So, anyway.
Could we go to space next?
Come on, Duffy, let's go.
But that would be my main doubt. So with your experience, I try. So my doubt would be.
Uh-oh. You have to really speak up.
So with a lot of effort, you have conquered an interesting discussion in your group and convinced 4 or 6 individuals. How can you be sure that a whole community that seems to be larger than 4 individuals would follow your experiment and not say this was also faked?
Sure. So,
They already said.
yeah. A flat earther this morning said that the Union Glacier is not in Antarctica. So that's what we're dealing with. You can only do so much, right? You can only do so much. You can't ever change anyone's mind. But what I did is I listened intently and I listened carefully to the arguments, to the way of thinking, and I tailored this around that. So we did as much as we possibly could, and we'll give it to them, and it's up to them to do with it what they want.
Obviously, us 2 being here is a major component.
Yep.
Because I am still not. I will actually. Most flat earthers are going to say that, physical empirical measurements of the surface of the Earth is independent of what we see in the sky, and that there's evidence on both whether the Earth's a globe or flat, that the sky is apparent for each observer. That's why when we determine sunset and sunrise time, we can't just use the globe size. We have to use apparent position of the sun. So the sun's not where you see it on either model. So they'll say, yeah, the sky does crazy stuff. We measured this surface. Most flat earthers are going to say that. Now, we have seen, obviously, some flat earthers are not going to say that. They think that this is impossible on a flat earth, and they're freaking out, and they're claiming that we're faking it. And then Duffy left his green screen filter on, so we were doing a live stream out there, and then the guy's shirt started glitching out with the green screen, so obviously that fed into that they're faking it. But realistically, people know I'm pretty honest, and the fact that him and I are here will largely kind of curtail the idea that it's fake. And whoever's saying that now, obviously, longevity will prove that to be pretty ridiculous position. So
let's go here and then blue hat.
What is your opinion about the flight test experience that you did from Santiago to London? And
we have answers for everything on their list, and So that one is, for example, every time that if you track like Santiago to Sydney on the globe, same distance both ways. Either way, if you fly the same route, same distance. Speed equals distance over time. So when we go look at the time of those flights, they vary significantly based on which way you go, all the way up to 4-hour difference. So same path takes up to 4 hours. If you pull the data, which I'm interested to see what data they pull, because it will tell you that the plane flew 550 miles per hour both ways. So if it went the same speed, and speed equals distance over time, if it's the same distance, it should take the same time. So if it takes different times, which it does, then you had to change the speed or distance. Realistically, it has to be speed. So what flat earthers have said is like, well, yeah, you're saying, look, on a flat earth this would be further, but the data shows that they're going faster than the reported speed, even on the globe. So they catch what's called a jet stream, and you can go way faster in a jet stream. And so that's what they would do. I don't know why they wouldn't do that. Because, you know, even in the north, it's been clocked planes going 850 miles per hour catching a jet stream. So that would be the answer, is that the autopilot actually maximizes, or more so minimizes, air resistance. It would catch the jet stream naturally. You would go faster one way than the other. So it isn't a problem for flat Earth. Same with the longitude test. The longitude test is using a GPS coordinate system, which is the spherical coordinate system, assuming the very thing that they're claiming to prove, which is the globe model. It uses the longitude, latitude coordinate system. When they're like, we're measuring the distance between longitude, well, you're using the GPS to do it, which is run through a spherical coordinate system. So of course it tells you that that's the distance between those 2 points. And there's been a lot of stuff discovered about how they manipulate GPS data as well. So there's a couple examples. I have contention with the whole list. But I will say, there is a 24-hour sun. Saw it myself. I looked at the solar filters. I saw the sunspots. I saw the orientation of the sunspots. I have people at all different latitudes taking shots at the sun, looking at the sunspots, comparing the orientation. So this was a major thing I was highly skeptical of. And yeah, definitely like throws a wrench in a lot of the major conceptions of FE. This is the list of 15 is kind of like window dressing, in my opinion, respectfully.
That's a good segue onto my question. And so the whole point of this final experiment was to observe the sun in a 24-hour period, which you have done personally, but you still don't sound overly convinced that this evidence that you have seen with your own eyes, it proves that the Earth is in fact a globe. So what is it that you find difficult then to marry with the evidence that you've actually seen proving that it's a globe?
Well, what makes it? I think you're asking like, what about this observation makes it difficult to marry with flat Earth? Is it, even though it looks like I'm still convinced the Earth's on a globe? Is that your question?
Well, the 24-hour sun has proven that the Earth is in fact a globe based on this experiment that you've conducted. But why is it that you still find contention within that experiment? What is it that you're...
Yeah, I would obviously, if I believed it proved a globe, I would now be someone who believed the Earth was a globe. And if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't even be down here. You know, there's like a narrative that like I was gonna avoid this because I am a grifter or whatever. Like, no, I came down here because like I want to know if it's real. It matches the globe. It absolutely matches the globe. But there's a preponderance of evidence, and there's physical measurements I've done myself. Many people have done themselves. PhDs have helped me do them. You can see hundreds of miles away. You can shoot lasers dozens of miles over flat, frozen lakes. They should be blocked by the curve of the Earth. The radius of the Earth claimed does not match empirical tests on the surface. So now I'm just kind of confused, whereas the whole time they've denied all of that. They've hand-waved dismissed all that physical empirical measurements. So I have seen some people model out a flat Earth with having a 24-hour sun on the outside, a physical demonstration using a fluid medium above us, basically. So I'm open to whatever, you know, comes of it. But no, just making one observation in the sky doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. Unless you have a bias that the Earth's a globe, of course, but I don't. I will openly state it matches the globe. It does not match the mainstream depiction of flat Earth, which I was highly skeptical of anyway, because the AE map was handed to you, the Gleason is just the globe flattened. So if we're misled about the Earth, we obviously didn't get the perfect depiction of the Earth. So yeah, like I said, I'm open-minded. I would have no problem admitting it's a globe if I was convinced. I am not currently completely convinced the Earth is a globe because of the sun.
I think for me, as somebody who has 165,000 subs on YouTube, I have a group I have to answer to. So it's going to be very difficult to tell them that I believe that the Earth's a sphere now because of all the questions I'll get, which I'll never be able to answer, which is why did PBS tell a lie? Why do you have paperwork showing that the jet streams are 350 miles per hour? And they've completely buried that information now and say that the fastest the jet streams are 200 miles per hour. So all the things that I've taught, based on evidence, based on facts, based on things that I've found, don't have a lot of answers anymore. Why did Stephen Hawking fake it? Now, the Globers just say, oh, it was a TV show, no big deal. But it's like, no, hundreds of millions of people saw that. And if I did a test and faked it and 5,000 people saw it, I would get hung. So there's a problem for me in trying to explain to people why the globe is true, but it needs to be lied about in order to be shown to them. So that's why I still have issues, is trying to rectify. So now my mission becomes having to figure out what the hell's going on. Why are we lying about that? Why don't we have evidence? Why don't we have cameras in places that I think that we should have? And so maybe that's what you're asking, but I think there's a lot of unanswered questions, I think is a good way to put it.
Let me also tell you guys kind of how this all started, because you may be unfamiliar. So you go back to like 2015, and this idea of flat Earth popped back up, okay? And there was a Felix Baumgartner jump. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's pretty epic, right? He went up like 110,000 feet, something crazy.
128, I think.
128,000 feet. Jumped out of this balloon with a capsule and just like passed out on the way down. It was wild, right? So if you look at the video, it's like you see this huge globe Earth, like this curvature of Earth from 128,000 feet. So flat earthers were like, well, if that's true, then the Earth's a globe. So they sent up balloons. They self-funded high-altitude balloons over 130,000 feet and showed that the horizon was completely flat, definitively flat at 130,000 feet. So what that shows is that they showed the whole world a false depiction of the curvature of the Earth, and then even started doubling down and saying, well, you could see the curvature of the Earth in Felix Baumgartner's jump. Of course the Earth's a globe, blah, blah, blah. We came out, proved that wasn't true. Then, only then, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said, you remember Felix Baumgartner's jump? He would only be 2 millimeters above this beach ball, which would represent the curvature of the Earth, or 59 radius in miles. You would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height. You would be barely above this beach ball. It would look completely flat from that height. Now, that was only said once we proved that high-altitude balloons at 130,000 feet show a completely flat horizon.
And once we'd heard from many, many people that they'd seen the curve from 20,000 feet, 40,000 feet, from, but then Neil deGrasse Tyson says from 128,000 feet, you'd never see the curvature of the Earth.
We were told this week that someone saw it from 48,000 feet. But, I have fighter jet pilots who have reached out to me anonymously, said, 65,000, the Earth is flat. And so you have to understand where these people are coming from. They're being gaslit and being misled, and evidence is not consistent. I know a flight earther who talked to Felix personally and asked him, and he said, you don't see the curvature from there. But they showed the world this curve. Now, it was a GoPro lens. It was GoPro sponsored fisheye lens. Obviously, is what made it look curved. But that's what really started it all, and that lights a fire to the conspiracy, right? And now Neil has come out and said that at 60 miles, so when they're doing these like Blue Origin, overly glorified parabolic, basically like zero-G flights, they just go up and then free fall for a second and you float. People act like they're in space. He's like, no, from 60 miles, again, you would be this high off the beach ball, you wouldn't see the curvature. But when we talk to everyone else, they try to tell us you can see it in this plane we're about to get in, right? And so that is the reason, and you'll never hear many people that believe in the globe explain all the stuff I just said. They will omit all this. That's why Flat Earth is very big, and people probably don't realize how big it is, but it's because there are lots of lies being suppressed.
In that 2014, when I became a flat earther, it was because I was looking for evidence. I'd heard some talk. I'd seen that map basically for the first time, and I realized planes could go around it, and I started thinking about it. So I went looking for somebody doing north-south circumnavigation, because like you said, that's impossible on a flat earth map. There's no way to go around. And I found a guy who was going for the world record named ZQ Pilot on Facebook. He was going for the fastest circumnavigation solo in an airplane. And you could watch him live because he had something called Spider Tracks. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I guess it's something you attach to your plane that will live update on a website. So in watching him, he flew from North Carolina down to Buenos Aires, went from Buenos Aires to, I think, Punta Arenas, or somewhere very south of Brazil. And then was supposed to go across the South Pole and end up in New Zealand. And he went to the 90-degree marker and turned around and went back to Brazil. And when he stopped there, everybody was asking him, what happened? You're going off your path. And he said, oh, the weather got really bad at the South Pole. I had to turn around. I didn't know if I'd have enough gas to get to the other side. So then he flew from there to Easter Island. Then he went to New Zealand that way, and then went up to Alaska around the North Pole and went back to North Carolina. And my thought was, okay, well, valiant try, but he's not going to get the record. Well, then they gave him the record. And that was the big one for me, because I said, why in the world would you give somebody a record who didn't do what he's claiming he did?
And flat earthers are claiming is impossible.
Right. So then you start to see where people are going to lean one way. When to me, it was like he didn't circumnavigate. He just went to the South Pole and came back, and then went around. And if you look at a flat Earth map, that is very possible. He went to the edge of the map, and then went back to Brazil, and then went inside the map, and came back. So that's not circumnavigate. So again, that's why those things tend to. That was 2014. By 2015, I started to look into it. And yeah, a lot of things just tend to lean towards the flat Earth when you start looking at it, seeing too far, and then just the lies that, like I said, that I'm going to have an impossible time defending. Why would scientific entities need to lie to show something that is so considered so concrete, so blatantly obvious, right? That's the way flat Earthers get treated. Is it's not like their beliefs are really looked at, like kind of Duffy did. Duffy kind of looked at it and said, okay, let me think about what they're saying. Let me learn what they think, what they feel. Most people just dismiss it and call you names and call you retarded. So that's not an effective way to get anybody to see what you're seeing, to see what you're saying.
Anybody else?
There's a fantastic book here by Sir Ranulph Fiennes about his expedition around the globe in 1986. And I don't know if you've read it, but it's quite a well-documented journey circumnavigating the whole Earth, North and South Pole.
So he's been in court before and admitted to faking accidents on expeditions. And for me, I'm not going to. Now I might look at that different, but he's been in court and had to admit. What happened was he was with a girl who was going to do an expedition, and he wanted her to fake numerous accidents, like, oh, I got hurt or this or whatever, just to make it look more exciting than it was. Well, she really got hurt in one of these accidents, so she sued him, and he ended up winning the case. Sir Ranulph Fiennes won the case because she was told that they were going to be faking the things, and so when she got hurt, it's not on him. She was told that's what was going to be happening. But to me, it was just easy to dismiss his so-called expeditions, because if he's willing to lie about them, then to me, be willing to lie even further. Plus, he's the cousin of the Queen, and his best friend is Sir Charles, or Prince Charles. So there's just reasons to call into question all those things. Again, to me, if don't lie to get the truth across. If you're the world's greatest explorer, which they say he is, then you don't need to lie about expeditions. You don't need to lie about accidents. That's just me. Again, to each their own, if that's what he wanted to do. And that's not me saying that. You can find it online. Search Sir Ranulph Fiennes faking accidents, and you'll find the court case. So again, I'm not saying that means he lied about it, but you have to see from a conspiracy theorist point of view. When you go looking, oh, this guy did do it. You go looking at it, and you find that court case, then it's very easy to dismiss other things that he did.
And 99% of the population doesn't know anything that he just said. But when you bring up this conversation, you're dismissed as just being like low intelligence. But I traveled the whole United States. No one even knows the radius of the Earth, bro. Like the education systems have they don't even know how fast the Earth spins, radius of the Earth, circumference of the Earth, how fast we go around the sun, how far away is the sun. They don't know any of the basic stuff that they mock people for not believing in. I think that alone should be a huge learning experience, right? Like people should be more informed in what they believe and less dismissive of people that may be more investigated into what they believe in.
Duffy, do you think that there's more to flat Earth than is led to believe? Like, what I mean by that is in school, it's just skipped over. There's no discussion of it. It's just considered the dumbest thing that anybody's ever thought. It was ancient thinking, and the globe is so factual. But then once you get into the conversation and you start to see, and I'm talking about from our point of view, when you start to see, wait, some of this does make sense. Wait, some of this does pan out. And the fact that they hid it in school is just more reason for people to to see the conspiracy behind it. I'm just wondering, do you think it should be covered more in school? That it should be something where in 6th, 7th, 8th grade, it's like, hey, half the class try and show reasons why the Earth is flat, half the class try and show reasons why the Earth is a globe, and let people actually explore the thought in their mind, because it is just skipped over completely. At least I'm talking about the U.S. education system.
Yeah, I would say this. I'm not at a place where I think that they should ask the kids to try to defend flat Earth. But I will say this. I do think that flat earthers are born out of a larger symptom, which is poor education. So the reality is that I don't know if things have changed, but the education system does not teach the globe and the globe model very in depth. And so when you talk to a flat earther, they're probably going to know more about the globe than you do.
Every time.
And right. So that I think is something that should be addressed for sure.
Or like, imagine if you told children, so we're outside in Antarctica, you see the sun moving around you. Option 1 is the sun is moving around you. Option 2 is it's an illusion. And actually the sun's not moving. You're moving. You just can't tell, and it's making the sun look like it's moving. They would never tell children that, because all the children would laugh and say, okay, well, I see the sun moving. Right? And so they omit it because like the default position based on empiricism is the Earth is stationary, we see super far, etc. But that's a terrible, terrible, avenue to go, because then you become an adult and you discover all of it.
Right. It's another one of those things where it seems like it's a lie to get the truth across, which I think can come back and bite you.
Yeah. Called the noble lie.
Anyone else? By the way, I can't see the back half of the room. It's so dark with that back light there. So if someone's raising their hand,
the sunset? Oh, no? Damn.
Yeah.
This isn't a question, it's just something you might be interested in keeping an eye on. A chap called Eric Phillips, who's a well-known polar explorer. He's been down here several times. Been to the North Pole and the South Pole. He's actually been chosen as part of a crew to go up on the SpaceX spacecraft next year. It's the first manned crew to orbit over both poles, and they'll be up for several days orbiting the Earth, orbiting the globe around the poles. So it just might be something you'll be interested in watching. So.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. That's the Fram 2 mission, which I'm personally looking forward to.
They always get canceled, so I'd love to see it happen.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like when you're explaining about all of this, you have like a word you've used a lot is lies, and that people are trying to fake things and hide things. Mm-hmm. And I will say you know probably more about all of these things than I do, but I was wondering, what is your evidence to prove that the Earth is flat, and not the evidence to prove that the Earth is not a globe? If that makes sense. Like, do you have any, like, what are your biggest proofs that the Earth is actually flat and not the other way around?
Yeah, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, has to curve at a very specific rate, which means if you stand on top of it and look out, the Earth is going to block how far you can look out, because it's curving down and away from your feet. So as you look out straight, your line of sight hits the curve. And so we know exactly how far away that is, roughly 8 inches per mile squared, up to 1,000 miles. You have to factor in observer height, etc. But it's just basic geometry. You can determine how far away you should be able to see. Consistently, you see further than that. And if you use infrared, you see even further than that. So much so that the mainstream model has now said, on average, you will see 15% too far. And we have seen 500% too far. And we've used infrared right above the body of water, and we've seen things dozens of miles away that should be blocked after 1 mile away. So the horizon is supposed to be physical curve of Earth. Yeah, we've seen the horizon fluctuate, it's just apparent, and go hundreds of miles past where it's supposed to. So that's the number one thing that gets people into flat Earth. Then we have long-distance laser tests in World War II. They used radio waves, which were line of sight, which had to intersect perfectly horizontally so that they would know where to drop the bombs. They successfully did it. The British Army turned it down. They said it wouldn't work because the Earth's a globe. The Germans used it anyway and successfully bombed them and sustained bombed them for a year straight. That technology isn't possible on a globe. And there are many more. There are things called specular reflections, which require a completely flat body of water to have a one-to-one reflection. Any concavity or convexity will give you what's called a diffused reflection, We have long distance, perfect specular reflections observed all over the Earth, which wouldn't be possible. So
Marconi.
He sent radio waves 2,200 miles successfully. First attempt, was told he couldn't do it because the curvature of the Earth would block it at 200 miles or less. First attempt, he reached his target 2,200 miles away. And that's now done all over the Earth, all the time, up to 10,000 miles away. And they claim it bounces off the sky, conveniently landing where Flat Earth would predict that it does, because it has to go up towards space on a globe. So they say it bounces back down, etc. So, I mean, there's way more, obviously. I'm not just going to bore everyone with it. You have to investigate these things.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Can I say something, because we've heard a lot of the other side?
Yes.
So I'm on the globe side, and we've done our research of this, and we have our mission with our YouTube channel and whatnot is to gather evidence and to offer explanations for all of these things that they talk about here. So
And to make fun of flat earthers.
that is a part of...
Okay, I'm just making sure just be honest, all right.
Yes, we do have a bit of fun sometimes.
So weird, bro.
But the serious part of it is we have the arguments, all of these things that are talked about here tonight, they all are congruent with the globe. It's just based on a misunderstanding of how the globe works. And that's what we try to help people with. An example is this one, the sun 24 hours. Now, we come here to see the sun 24 hours because this was the one thing that Will had picked out, that the flat earthers generally agreed that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And of course the globe people say that there is, and they didn't believe us. So we have to come down here and witness it. Now there's a whole, as you can hear, there is a whole long list of things. And it looks like we're going to have to work our way slowly through the list or something. But
That's a good idea.
That's, we're doing our best, and that's what we do. We've got other experiments that we're done. We have made predictions. I myself have made predictions about what something should weigh all along the way. And the predictions are based on how it's calculated on a globe. For a lot of the things we're doing, predictions and everything, we've made all our predictions. They're all going to pretty much come true, of course. And we didn't get many predictions from the flat earth side.
Thank you. All right. Any last questions? Otherwise, we can be finished. Now's your only chance. Yeah.
Did your original friend, is it Wendy? Has she commented on the final experiment? Where is she? What is she thinking?
Thank you so much for asking. Great question. So, our relationship has been severed because of the final experiment, which is okay. It's all right. There's still time. But, like the day we were getting ready to leave to fly to Chile, she released a 4-part video series online. The final experiment has been called TFE as an acronym, just to make it easy. And so she released this 4-part video series called TFE, The Fraud Experience. And in her video, she made predictions as to our trip down here, which was one that we wouldn't be coming to 80 degrees south. We would actually be on the coast, near the coast of Antarctica. She said we would not be able to get internet. She believes that internet is not done with satellites, but it's done with underwater cables in the ocean. We were able to bring a Starlink unit, satellite, and live stream. So she made a bunch of what I thought were a little bit of strange predictions about our trip. But she doesn't hide what she thinks, I'll put it that way. So she'll post it online, she'll send me private messages, she'll send Jaren private messages. She has been very strangely silent since we live streamed at midnight the first night we were here. So we did a live stream at midnight to show the midnight sun. And I've been expecting to hear from her. I've been kind of monitoring what she's saying, and she has not said a word in 6 days. So
But she knows that we're not.
She sent me something in my Q&A today that just said to please show my GPS everywhere we go. It's something I haven't been doing a good job of, so I'll show that when we go outside here. It just reminded me to do that.
So anyway, yeah, I have not heard from her yet, but I will tell you that the last 10 months where this has been talked about online a lot of flat earthers started changing their position before we even got here and started saying, okay, there is a 24-hour sun. She did not. So she stayed firm all the way up until the very end, where she said that she was positive that there was not going to be a 24-hour sun. And then that's when she said, in my opinion, the craziest thing of all, which is that we were going to be coming into a movie set for this experiment.
Like the Truman Show.
She said, like the Truman Show.
Flying into a soundstage, yeah.
How do you continue to debate that?
It's hard, right? So I think there's two. I look at this as there's two things you can do, and I don't think one's right or one's wrong. I think it's okay at that point to walk away. I think it's fine, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that if that's what you choose to do. But I also think it's okay if you love someone, which I have a relationship with her, to just continue to build the relationship, continue to ask questions, continue to listen, and continue to offer more evidence to that person in hopes that they will eventually see the truth and change their mind.
Well, I'll just say something real quick. So a second ago when he said that she said none of the internet comes from satellites, it comes from undersea cables, you laughed. Mm-hmm. Do you know that 99% of all communications is done through undersea cables?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, that's one thing is usually when people think internet, they do think that our phones are talking to the satellites and they think that our all your internet comes from satellites because that's kind of the story that's told for some reason. And then you find out that that's not what happens and that the higher you go up on a mountain, the more you lose connectivity. So then when people find out, oh, all of our internet is done through, and you can actually look this up on YouTube, just search for this, and you'll find people who are explaining this during podcasts, and they're shocked. They're shocked that they're like, what do you mean that the internet comes from undersea cable? They're like, you're telling me that the internet from me to Europe and is done through undersea cables? They're like, yeah, it's not done through. They're like shocked.
99.9%. Now
Yeah.
Starlink is changing the game.
Starlink is that's a whole new
Starlink is changing the game.
whole new world.
Watch them launch. You can see them. You can track them. You can see them.
But I'm just saying that from when you say how do you debate these people, I do think I'm just standing up for people who have that belief. It's because I get it. I see why I've helped them to see some of this evidence. I've pointed some of this stuff out, and none of it's a lie, and none of it's kook stories. It's because, and it may be the internet that does it, right? On the internet now, I've kind of realized too that you could look up anything. I mean, if you want to believe that there's I don't know, green bunnies that run around, you'll probably look that up on the internet and you'll find somebody who claims they saw green bunnies. So you can then fall into that group, So that's, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. Internet.
All right. Well, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up. I hope you enjoyed having this conversation, and I will say I'm glad our paths crossed, even if it was for a short time here in Antarctica. So
I'll say something else. I think it would be very helpful if I've asked like 4 or 5 people, hey, can I record? And usually they say no. I get it. Nobody wants to be misrepresented who works here. But if anybody is okay with answering a few questions for my audience, I would love to have you just answer a few questions if you're game for that. I would just promise that I would not edit any of it as far as, let me take this part out or cut you talking here. But just to say how long you've been here. I've been down here the last 4 seasons. And, I think that would be helpful. There's not a lot of that online. So I think somebody in the back asked earlier, what do they think about us who work down here? Or what do they think about us who, there's no information like that online. So most people think that it could be just a story. Show me an interview with somebody who works down here. It's pretty hard to find. So if anybody's open for that and would just be cool with answering a few questions, I would like that. I think it would be beneficial to people to hear that you guys are down here. I think it's amazing. I think it's impressive what you guys do. I think it takes a whole different kind of world. Like, if I got to give some of my man card back, because this is not for me. I'm from California. You guys are much better than me. There's no way. I mean, I was even saying if somebody offered to bring me back here for free, I'm not sure I would take that trip. So there's no messing around. See, there you go.
So, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks everybody.
Thanks, guys.
If you want to talk to Austin and Jaron, go ahead and come on up here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh shit. Ich denke, wir brauchen mal 16 Sekunden reden.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ja, das ist vier Nächte, 4 Personengruppe. Dann bin ich genau noch 2.
Thank you. Also ich bin das letzte. Really interesting to see. Kilometer, 50 Kilometer hat er aufgehört.
Yeah, I think it's really amazing to sit in front of all these people and kind of work on yourself. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of talks down here and I really enjoyed it.
Okay, good. Thank you. Also, der muss das schon einen Plan B, C haben, ja, also weil jeder ja, müssen wir überlegen, kann man ein Auto mieten, wie lange kann man ein Auto mieten, also es beginnt ein bisschen unangenehm zu werden gerade hier.
Ja. Oder wir nehmen in Kauf, dass wir nicht im selben Hotel landen. Weil wenn du nicht nach
Punta Arena ist im selben Hotel, ist es egal, aber wenn wir da eine 10 Kilometer raus drin, dann wird es
Einzimmer 3 Nächte machen. Hab ich eine tolle Auswahl. 4 Zimmer, 3 Nächte. Right. Deswegen müssen wir meines Erachtens was haben wir für Alternativen? 4 Zimmer für 4 Nächte. Ja, dann gehen wir davon aus, jeder hat ein Einzelzimmer. Wir brauchen eine Alternative 2 Zimmer. Ah, wow.
Genau, Doppelzimmer einfach fast. Also Doppelzimmer habe ich nichts mehr gefunden, aber vielleicht über HRS habe ich geguckt. Vielleicht war das der Fehler. HRS. Und die ich heute Mittag gesehen hatte, die ist weg.
Zumindest gehe ich mal davon aus, dass hier irgendwas kann laufen ist, weil der Markt ist offensichtlich in Bewegung gerade. Dann gucke ich mal. Zimmer 1, 2 Erwachsene. Zimmer 2. So, jetzt gucke ich nach 2 Doppelzimmern, ja?
Jetzt gucken wir mal eben, wo eigentlich die nächste kleine Stadt ist.
Nee, dann brauche ich nichts.
Wir müssen wirklich
das will ich nicht
finden. Das ist so. Ich gucke mal Google Maps Punta Arena.
Also bin ich bei 140 pro Person.
Ja, also der Preis ist ja als eines, das andere ist halt die Availability, also die Auswahl.
Warte, wir müssen schnell sein.
Can I do when I come back?
Das ist mein Hostel. Nein.
And then we can like do that and we'll smoke.
Also zwei Doppelzimmer in einem Hostel für 170. Das ist günstigste.
Rio Gallegos. Ich gucke mal nach Rio Gallegos. Gallegos.
So, jetzt pass auf. Gehe ich hier eins runter. Häusner, es sind nur 3 Nächte. Genau.
Was ist Argentinien?
Da siehst du Buena Vista, das hatten wir vorhin schon. 75 pro Nacht. Für unsers. Das waren auch nicht davon. Albatros, das sind vorhin 111 pro Nacht. Das ist für 77 pro Nacht. Im Moment fliegen sie noch. Dann sind wir halt nicht im selben.
Also wenn jeder
Hotel also ich fände es schlauer als jetzt irgendwo für 180 pro Person. Also jetzt hast du das Doppelte oder das Dreifache und bist nicht mal in einem ordentlichen Hotel, ne? Das sind ja schon Hostels. Ja, du hast recht, wir können das eigentlich unter uns dreien abstimmen. Der Niklas wird an der Stelle sagen, sagt ihr, was wir machen. Können wir auch gleich mit ihm besprechen, ne?
Ja.
Ich würde nur nicht bis morgen früh warten, so wie jetzt gerade die Situation hier ist.
Gerade mal hier.
Und wir müssen auch nicht gleich entscheiden, ne? Jeder hat sein eigenes Risikoprofil und wir können auch sagen,
manche buchen jetzt und sind sicher und andere sagen, ich riskiere es und guck mal, wie morgen die Lage ist. Ich will nicht Geld ausgeben, wenn ich gar nicht weiß, ob ich fliege.
Das ist, ich
Wie ist denn das rechtlich? Entschuldigung, Michael, ich grätsch kurz dazwischen. Aber wenn wir jetzt hier diese 4 Nächte buchen,
Ja, genau.
ja, aber und
Fragst du nach
was
Stornierung?
ist denn, wann ist denn die Stornierungsfrist? Also es könnte ja sein, dass die sagen, ja, liebe Leute, es gibt eine Stornierungsfrist, ihr müsst die erste Nacht zahlen.
Ja, genau. Das kann ich dir sagen.
Oder müssen wir dann alle Nächte zahlen?
Hast du mal, das fällt mir gerade was ein, hast du mal geguckt, wenn wir buchen von Mittwoch auf? Also wir fangen Mittwoch an, weil viele möglicherweise direkt weiterfliegen. Ich frage, ob man eine Nacht erstmal so, um sicher zu sein, irgendwas bucht. Das
wäre und dann nochmal ein neues Hotel, das macht
auch
dann
noch
nochmal
Idee.
Umzug.
Weil
dass man die erste Nacht mal versorgt ist und dann nochmal in Ruhe gucken kann, meinst du?
Ja, das war jetzt so gerade schon.
Nur eine Nacht verlieren würde an Stornogebühren.
Kann man auf jeden Fall machen. Auf jeden Fall sind die Zimmer, die du jetzt buchst, sind nicht erstattbar.
Das ist klar, das ist ein Tag vorher.
Ja, dann könnte man sagen, wir buchen erstmal für eine Nacht.
Und dann guckt man morgen, wenn man auf dem Festland ist, ob man dort bleiben kann oder halt eine Alternative.
Das heißt, ich gucke einfach mal vom 18. auf den 21. Ich gucke mal eben vielleicht, warum denn nicht? Oder? Das ist eine interessante Diskussion. Ich meine, es ist, kann man nicht sagen, die Idioten.
Nee, das wäre nicht schlau.
Nee, das bringt nichts, aber das erklärt, man muss versuchen, möglichst viel rauszuholen.
Ja, genau.
Und nicht rauszuholen, wie kann man nur, sondern es erklärt ja auch, wie gefährlich das ist oder wie überhaupt. Ich meine, ich denke, ich habe nur an die Ukraine gedacht, da redet ja einfach keiner miteinander, ja?
Genau.
Ja, und das Ergebnis
deswegen
ist
das
zerstörtes Land und.
Deswegen ist das Experiment per se ein gutes, weil es zusammenbringt und nicht polarisiert. Aber mein Hauptzweifel bleibt, du hast jetzt 4 Individuen, die auch auf YouTube, habe ich den einen nachgeguckt, Millionen Follower, ne? Abonnenten. Aber trotzdem wird es ja genügend da draußen geben, die trotzdem sagen, ja, hast du gefaked.
Ja, den haben sie bestochen.
Genau, den haben sie gekauft. Ne?
Ja.
Bist halt nicht mehr in unserer Fraktion,
Ja,
aber
genau.
mach deinen Scheiß weiter.
Wir entfolgen dich.
Ja, wir entfolgen dich. Ja, genau.
Nee, ich meine, das ist ja in der Politik auch, dann kommt der eine in die Politik mit dem an, mit jenem an, Trump erzählt, es gibt keinen Klimawandel und was ist das? Wenn schon so ein Ding, wo du weißt.
Das ist nicht viel besser. Also wenn ich von Mittwoch auf Freitag gucke, ist das über 400 Euro.
Wir müssen auch Mittwoch auf Samstag gucken, ne? Ich gucke gerade.
Och Leute.
Also
400 Euro pro Nacht. Das für 2 Zimmer, 200 Euro trotzdem.
Nee, für 4 Zimmer 2 Nächte. 456 pro Nacht. Also ja, dann wären es 230 pro.
Nee, 120. Also du musst durch 2 teilen oder durch 4.
Ja.
Ich gucke mal von Mittwoch auf Donnerstag einfach nur mal eine. Ziehen wir jeden Tag hin. Ja.
Nee, habe ich keine Lust drauf,
Ich habe
nicht ganz
überhaupt
ehrlich.
keinen Bock zu.
Also für mich das Sinnigste ist, wir fliegen morgen bis Dienstag. Wir buchen eine Nacht von Dienstag auf Mittwoch.
Okay.
Wenn das Flugzeug nicht fliegt, haben wir das Geld verloren.
Ich habe
Und wir
gesehen,
suchen am Mittwoch, dann schauen wir, können wir da bleiben oder dann müssen wir einmal umziehen. Wir suchen dann am Mittwoch von Mittwoch bis Rest.
also Mittwoch bis Donnerstag hast du plötzlich hier eine Auswahl. Habt ihr ganz Leben 8 Hotels. Ja? Mittwoch auf Donnerstag. Und du hast jetzt Dienstag auf Mittwoch geguckt.
Nee, ich habe jetzt Mittwoch auf Freitag geguckt.
Machst du weiter. Aber dann lass uns doch gucken, Dienstag auf Mittwoch jetzt. Aber mal gucken, wo das bessere Internet. Komm hier mal rüber, das ist ja fürchterlich.
Ja,
Und wir suchen aber auch den Klaus dafür.
Ja.
So. Yeah, no, I get it. And I'm very persuasive. I've turned a lot of people as well, so, you know, I have to for that. The doc was stupid, because I didn't see the doc. Once I realized that I'm not going to be able to disprove it, I was thinking about the questions and thinking about the story. It's not really a story to come here and just see the 24 hours. Be more in 90 minutes. It's more about the transformation of characters, the responsibility
once they face these facts, the philosophical versus scientifical preponderance of evidence, where these guys know how to do the math and are doing it, and a lot of people have to rely on that. Either I'm relying on them doing it, and I'm telling you, and now you have hearsay, and so either you're going to trust me, and I'm reading the books, or you're going to be the type that needs to philosophically go see things and witness yourself. So maybe we do need to get space.
So what do you have?
What's your name? Hey, Gina, Jonathan, nice to meet you.
Ray.
Ray, hey, Ray. Well, I'm going up to the scoop now to continue. I'm like exhausted. I've been going since fifth at RAS, shooting nonstop, and then getting meal breaks that are forced on me. I feel like a goose, like a whole blonde goose. To like, oh, you're one of the cooks? Oh, yeah. Outstanding. Oh my God, it's outstanding. Thank you. It's the most important person there. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's nice meeting you guys. Yeah, you too.
The more interesting groups we've had here at Whistler, they're all very intrigued.
Yeah, thanks. Are you guys coming with us? No. Okay, so 11:30 and then maybe midnight? Midnight I head over there. Oh, where you? Oh, okay, when you're back, yeah, that'd be great. Give me a little more time. Holy shit. Hey, turn on the cloud machine? Yeah, you just started to ride the sun now? Where was this machine 2 days ago? I thought you were flying over there. Out here. One I have, but you were on your side of the table. Is that yours or mine? I can't find it. Yeah, but it's not fine. I know, right? I keep going there right now. There you go. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going. So. Yeah.
Hey, bud, you're a host in all this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You're. Can I ask which side?
Globe.
Both? Okay. Like, what do you think about if I want to just like ask them? Like, you might know why, but why does it matter? You know what I mean?
So again, they think that the world is trying to hide God. So to them, it's the most important human.
Okay. So it's religious reasons?
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't think God. I'd be like leading to more conspiracy type stuff. But
Yeah, I mean, there's also just the fact that it's something's being hidden and it's worth exposing, right?
okay.
Like people think 9/11 was an inside job. What's the point in proving that? I don't see a point, but to them it's just like to get the truth.
That's fair enough. Yes, but that's just. It was a very interesting presentation. That was
Yeah.
listened to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Have you worked with these guys a lot in dealing with this thing?
I've been dealing with this for the last year of my life.
Oh, really?
You know, nonstop.
It must be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm done.
You're done.
But it's been a fun ride.
How did you went out there and saw the sun and
Oh yeah, filmed it.
as you expected it?
Yeah, I had no doubts or anything.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was just happening here. Like we haven't seen darkness.
I know.
Everyone's hoping to go home.
They don't believe anyone. They believe our guys. Yeah. The only way to do this is free.
Really? Are these guys like big in the flat Earth?
They're two of the biggest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're both top 5 in the world. Yeah. No, girl, I actually gotta go with Scott right now.
Okay.
He's driving me to the ice fall to do a drone shot.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry for keeping you.
Yeah.
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 All right.
Thanks, Dad. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Hey, going to Calgary. Just wanted. Ottawa wasn't 10 either. And Ottawa?
Does anyone want to be in a school?
Shut the fuck up. You know the choice.
It doesn't get
I've been
worse
trying to
than that.
I've been trying Saskatchewan gets fucking worse.
Hey, no.
I fucking
No.
love Ontario. We got trees and rivers and lakes and shit.
I've been in Saskatchewan.
That's fucking guys. It's they're hiding. Jeez.
I didn't think this was a population actually.
I never would have thought that. I want to ask them. Oh, fuck. They're probably swarmed with people asking questions.
Kidding.
Try the unless they're going on the excursion.
Oh, they might all be going on that. Probably. Yes.
Properties, what's up?
Hello.
Well,
No more folks here.
yeah, you looking for?
No, it wasn't there. Just seeing if there was anyone here. Who is it? There's supposed to be like there's supposed to be some huge stuff here with the flat Earth project. Oh, yes, it was like I know, but wasn't interesting. There's a big project coming on here. I think one of the popular science people that I follow, I think one of them is here. I think they're just wanting to see what was the day. Science man song.
Going to change the battery in this camera here. And somebody's doing some kite skiing. Not much.
Would you go on a bike ride?
I'd love a bike ride.
I'm gonna see if you can get.
Yeah.
You want to go? I don't want to miss that.
Green stuff.
Somebody, Mark will go. So there's 3 of us.
I was like,
We were having to like crawl in.
You don't go now, we'll never be able to go. Would you go?
We could if you want to, but
We need to talk to somebody.
That's an employee out there, and she said, "Yeah, you just have to. They have to give you a quick safety thing."
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. She said, "Find your." Are they coming? I don't want to tell them yet, in case we get my nose. But Scott's our guy, right?
Yeah, but he's not right now.
So who else could we have?
yeah, it's not.
Ayla?
Tennessee's not around.
I saw him a little bit ago, but Ayla is.
He works at all. He doesn't here.
Yep, I'll catch you later. Anyway, see.
Thursday morning.
What's your name, by the way?
Jaren, like Darren with a J.
Let me find someone.
I didn't see any workers in there.
Find anyone to get us out there.
Maybe we can bike out there. Is that too far?
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
no.
I'll
It's
pass.
actually no. It's so the bike
There's a
path,
loop, yeah.
and then it's just right off the loop.
Yeah, it's 5 kilometers.
So how are you gonna get your stuff and bring it back in the backpack?
It's just a camera and a tripod.
That's all that's out there. Cool. We could probably do that. Does
Someone still has to go with us.
oh they do
Oh, we can't go alone?
No.
on the bike ride? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you go on the loop. So I'd
How big
rather
is the
Uh,
not.
loop?
10 kilometers. So our camp is at the halfway, so it's 5 kilometers from here.
Which is how many miles? 10 kilometers.
3.11.
3.11.
I know that.
far.
I know that because I'm an elite runner.
Yeah. Yes, believable. Ooh, I'm gonna go try and light a fire with that.
With the wind,
You think it'll work?
it might work. Just the wind's gonna make it.
Oh,
Who are you going on a bike ride?
we have no idea yet.
Oh,
She's
I'm gonna go put more stuff on.
yeah. You want to dress super warm? I'm gonna go put something layers on.
How was the rest of the presentation?
Delightful.
Was this?
It's good. Very good.
Many laughs were had in the back of the room there.
Yeah. I just got to the point, once Austin brought up fucking, in the space of 8 sentences, the 3 bleeding big topics that we've had discussions about, and he's just completely fucking ignored them all. I'm just gonna...
I think I could get that time lapse from you at some point.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll sort that out for you. I've got it on the Google Drive. I'll move it into a separate folder.
Okay.
And then I'll send you the, or I'll ping the link to Will, and he can just send it to everyone, because everyone can have it.
Appreciate that. some of them are
in the mountains, in the I don't know if that's cloud or
It's snow being blown
snow.
off.
I'll see if I can figure it out.
That reminds me, I need to pee. Is that recorded? Yes? Excellent.
Cut that out.
Have that redacted from the record.
Photographer has a potty mouth. I have a potty brain.
I got a 12-month blacked out. What's that? Sure. Then I got 90. Sure. I don't matter very much for that.
Just look at that.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
This is all green screen. Now, if you look at the guy on screen with his bear skin on, there's that black patch that's got TFE on it. Well, that TFE has nothing to do with the clothes he's wearing. It's been blacked out by whatever means, AI or post-editing, and that's actually the background of Will Duffy's logo, the final experiment. It's a green screen effect, which is what we all woke up to this morning.
He told us the entire way.
McToon. What, the real McToon? Hello. Hello. I'm in it. How you doing? Hi, dude.
Very nice.
Hey, dude.
Well, I gave you plenty of material.
24 hours.
Yeah, I know. The bottom is very white. And a little red in the middle.
So you've been up for 24 hours. I have. So I
Look more like who?
You and Dave stayed up 24 hours. He stayed up 24 hours. That's right. Who else stayed up 24 hours? Who else stayed up 24 hours?
I don't think anybody else in our group did the entire time, but we had different people at different times, so lots of overlap. We had, I think
Then whenever you're
10 cameras that have been filming the entire time.
it's after 6 or after 9.
You know Earth's measured flat.
Turns out,
Oh,
Nathan,
yes, that's after.
you lied.
Earth's measured flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a liar.
Well, you know,
You're a liar.
this is what it looks like.
Nonsense. You lied. Caught you. You're a scum. You lied. He's a proven liar. Nathan, you're a proven liar. I'm standing in Antarctica right now, watching the sun. It didn't set for 24 hours. You lied.
Lied about the sun. That doesn't change how Earth
You
is
know,
measured.
I have to sit outside, inside, at 90, and sit it out.
You got your married to your life partner mute button. Turn it off. So that when I talk, you don't get to overtime.
You done?
Right?
Measure Earth flat. So you're talking like with your animation.
You lied, Nathan. You're changing the topic. You're changing the topic, you liar. You're changing the topic. Set for 24 hours, you said it does.
He tried to call me.
You said that I would turn away.
Constantly appreciates Earth.
He tried to call me. But I wasn't in.
Earth's measured flat too. If your challenge, your elevation angles are flat Earth measurements too.
I think I posted.
You said that I would turn away. I did not. I have not said anything of the sort. Absolutely different claims of what I've said that Toon says. There is enough quotes around them yet. Meanwhile, Toon's challenge utilized a flat Earth
You are changing the topic, Nathan. I am walking around outside in Antarctica right now. I've got 10 people here with me. I'm looking at the mountains. I'm looking at Mount Rossman right now.
Okay, I accept that.
South of
I accept a 24-hour set. Do you accept that Earth is measured flat? Do you accept that Earth is measured flat?
You said that if people were trying to go to Antarctica, they would get turned away at gunpoint.
I did not say that.
That all your followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar.
Okay, 2. I accept that you are seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Are we going to have a discussion beyond that, or are you going to perpetually call me a liar so you don't have to listen to anything I'm saying?
I will perpetually call you a liar.
Well, then you've got nothing to say here. Earth's measured flat. Toon doesn't want to communicate with you. He's only tempted to excessively talk, so he doesn't have to listen to anything I put to him. I'll tell my audience what Toon rambles through me. He used flat Earth angle measurements for his challenge, for his 10K challenge, and on no less than 96 occasions, I've put it to this man that he measured Earth flat for his challenge. All he can do is claim that I said people would be turned away at gunpoint and ramble through me putting flat Earth measurements to him. So I'll try again and see if Toon can listen or just ramble straight through me. Looks like he's sharing his pain there. He seems to be ranting through me. I'll accept his 24-hour sun. Is that all you've got, to ramble through me saying I'm a liar? No wonder everybody down there hates you.
Immediately demand that you stop lying. You need to stop now, Nathan.
Go ahead, okay, I'll take that into consideration too. I'll try and stop lying. Will you accept the Earth being measured flat with your angle measurements in your 10K challenge?
Stop putting your lies out there. You're running from the topic, Nathan.
Running from the 96 times that I put the flat Earth elevation angle measurements in your 10K challenge. Am I running away from those?
I'm standing here next to Darren's camera. It's watching me.
Don't need any help. Everyone else be quiet. We'll see if Toon keeps rambling through me or he actually acknowledges the angles that were taken. This is the second interjection. No worries, what a coward. My audience, I'll now try.
Run from the topic. Run from the topic, Nathan. Address the topic of Antarctica. He's a liar.
I attempt to put it to before this coward addresses it. That's 2. I'll count them off. Actually, it's not 2. That's 100. No, 99 times I put this. He's just run away.
Gone.
He dropped the moment he had to listen
You
to
would
me
not
telling him
touch the
for
topic.
Wait, didn't quite
Nathan
get that,
Oakley
did he?
said you
100th
can't go to
time
Antarctica.
that he
I'm in
utilised
Antarctica.
flat Earth elevation angles
You got caught
in his
lying.
10K challenge.
That was
He
beautiful.
dropped like
I
a
talked to you
coward,
about Antarctica.
and his only tactic
You
was to
deflected
ramble
two
that I was a
measurements.
liar
You
incessantly
are
through
a
me,
scum
rather
liar.
than address it. Next
Every
time I
single
ask
one
to
of
do
your
that,
dumb
it'll be the
followers needs to look at their
100th time
lives
I've put
and
it to him,
realize
and he's
Nathan
run
Oakley
like a coward.
is a liar.
No joke.
Since
Earth is measured
2016,
flat.
he's been
For
saying
anybody
if you
listening
go
who
to
was wondering if
Antarctica,
Earth
you will
was flat
be
or a
faced
globe based
with
on what the sun
gunpoint
does
and
in
turn away.
Antarctica, know this.
Where's the
Like
guns,
Ted
Nathan?
knows it.
Where's
Earth is
the
measured
guns?
flat.
I don't
The
see any
elevation
guns,
angle measurements
Nathan!
in Two's
You
challenge
lied!
specifically. I've put it to him 100 times. This will be the 100th. Our flat Earth angle measurements. He knows it. I know it. That's why he ran. After attempting to just call me a liar indefinitely. Wow, what a coward. Shout out to Kelrick. Hold on. Buffoon the liar, says Kelrick. Super chat. Down there, question mark, and Jesus is Lord. Thank you very much for super chats, Joe, Cat, and Kelrick.
So what's next? Where to climb or
How you doing, buddy?走了6天了，太傻了。我已经从南极飞回来了。今天我们昨天 昨天到南极，今天那个飞机把我们接回来了。我们现在已经到了邮寄了，到北京了。明天可能一大早就飞到那个什么彭达阿勒纳斯。
Not that cold.
It's a good look.
Is it?
It looks warm.
Is that recorded?
Let's just walk over to the TFE. We might go. We don't need to go on the loop. Why didn't you go with those guys?
I don't know.
Well, don't you have to go get your stuff though?
Yeah, that happens at midday.
Oh, I'm sorry. They didn't go to that. I'm sorry. I keep
Yeah.
confused. They didn't go that way. They went to the.
I'll go and ask you. I'll stop this because it's not off if you've got to.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll just say, is it alright if we go down here? I know. I just don't want to get it really way north.
I got you. I agree.
Look at those three clouds up above those three.
Look at these.
It scoops them. Same thing here. It just scoops. Yeah, that's all.
Look at the glacier, how it feeds down.
Yeah.
And you can actually see the wind coming off the glacier towards us.
Yeah.
So that's like the ice is that high, right? Like
Yeah. Like a liquid. Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
But I'm saying I'm looking at these clouds too. Well, look at that one there that's got that rounded scoop. It pushes up the warmer air. It gets high enough, it condenses.
Whoa.
Same thing there. When you push warm air, or cold air comes underneath warm air, it does that. Same thing here.
Right, so that's each of the peaks there, and then that would just be a
It's like-
further.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So yeah, because I don't see clouds like this. Do you see clouds like this in your neck of the woods?
I don't have mountains.
Oh, we don't have mountains, yeah.
And you're on the wrong side of the mountains.
Yeah, because the wind goes the other way.
Yeah. So maybe if you're in Colorado, but Colorado's got too many mountains, right? It's all mountains. Where this is probably just kind of lone mountains. Like this is just a hunk of mountains there. That's crazy. I love this.
It's so different. It's so out of my element. It's surreal. I know I'll be here in a week.
Look at that. You look like this is your element.
Right. I'll be in a week. I'll be laying in my bed and it'll be like a drink, unfortunately. But I'll be warm, and my wife will be filming me, and that's good. I'll take that.
Yeah, man. A garbage or a rock? Looks like a rock.
Is it a meteor?
No.
Where would the rock come from?
I don't know. Well, they groomed all this morning.
I saw that truck this morning.
That's what they do on ski hills. You ever gone skiing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wasn't a fan.
My wife's gone this with their kids today, tomorrow, next day.
Is that really close to your house?
Up in north Minnesota, there's a place. There's a few more up north. In the cities, there's a couple. They're not big though. But like they do homeschool days, so you get in really cheap. So I'll go with the kids and take the day off.
To see if you look straight ahead here.
Yeah.
The blue down there, what's that? Sky?
Or clouds. Or no clouds?
Ice or, you know, because when you notice when we're driving around how the ice in some places look really gray. Because it was like super flat and level and it's like gray.
Oh. If things okay with you and Jaron? You and
I'm
Austin?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he keeps trying to say like, I said, I'm looking at it, but I don't see another way to explain it. I think there's too much of a meaning guy. Well, I said, whatever we believe the Earth is, has to account for everything we see. So,
yeah.
Call it a model guy if you want, but and I said it's good, at least to me, it's good to take the position I'm taking because it forces people to have to. If I just said, "Here's a sphere, now trust me," then everyone could just be like, "Oh, this guy's a liar," and not even care. But if I say, "Here's the data," it doesn't match the AE map. Then it puts them in the position of like, okay, well they have to fix the AE map. And then they realize that they what they say.
So he said, around the camp's fine, obviously.
Okay, cool.
They just said, mindful of the tents and people, which is why I was like, well, are we alright going up and down here? They said, yeah. He said, there's a sign, a red sign there. You can't go beyond that.
Okay.
There's no sign that way.
Okay.
But we can't go down as far as the meth climb down there. So it's pretty much sort of...
To where, like, the green boxes?
Yeah, it's hard to judge from here. But basically, up and down this strip and down to there and back.
Alright.
It's fine.
I'm game.
I'm going to go and get my camera. I'll get some pictures of you guys as well.
Okay. And I'm going to just have this running. I think I got the horizon lock on. I think the ice started something earlier than he did, and I think that he really thought that it was no chance that this was the way it is. So I think it maybe just take a little time. We'll see.
I think it was good, a good talk.
I think it was good for people. I think that at least like if it was like, let's say that same talk happened a month ago, then there's a lot of people there who would be like, oh, maybe he's making some good points. But I think now it helps that it almost sounds like a cope. More, at least to me. And maybe this is what happens when you become a sphere earther, that you then realize that what people are saying sounds very cope-like.
There were a lot of people rolling. That meteorologist guy was pissed.
During this meeting?
Yeah, he left. He's just like, this is enough. He got up and left. You know, his job relies on it.
That's pretty self-explanatory. I like this stuff. He's tired of it.
What's that?
I wonder what gear you're in. You look like you're
The right hand shifts the rear wheel. You've got, see, I don't know if yours is the same, but there's this one here,
Yeah.
this one here.
Did you try them?
Yep.
And which one seemed best?
This goes to a higher gear. So I'm in the middle. It started out way on the big one, so
Yeah.
I pumped my feet twice for the tire to go once, so not very good.
I noticed when I turned my wheel, I hit my foot. See?
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Where?
Right. To the left of it. To the left of this one. Dave, you see the rainbows?
See what?
A rainbow? Look, it's my goggles.
I don't. You see rainbows on the upside.
No, I mean, you know when there's like
Sundog?
lots of different rainbow colors.
Oh.
To the left of the sun, that same cloud the sun is in.
Oh, on the top?
Yeah.
The top edge? Oh yeah, I see some color. Oh, rainbow would be over there. No rainbow.
Alright, that's about enough bike ride for me. I'm glad we didn't go on the loop. I only enjoy the downhill part.
And this is water, so it's already found its level.
Man, I can explain that. Well,
What's all that?
I'm going to be the first one to be the globe earther that says it's flat. Everywhere you are is flat. Planes fly over flatness.
Well, I have to say, Jaron, the ice fields that we went out to before certainly were bloody flat.
Oh man.
Oh, again.
They were wavy. Super wavy.
Nobody believes you're
Parts.
No. So you know they say water always finds its level?
Yes.
So
Ice is water.
the runway that we landed on, the blue ice runway,
Right.
3 kilometers long. Because the planes can't use the brakes, so they have
But it's
to.
like that, right?
So
Concave.
So Scott actually said it's naturally formed. All they do is clear the snow off it. The thing actually drops down and then climbs back up.
Oh, okay. I
So
knew
you
it
land
dropped
on the
down.
downhill, but then the uphill slows down.
Slows it down.
But then he then drove us off further down, and I shit you not, it was like sand dunes made of made of ice, just undulations all over the place.
Huh.
There was literally, ask Jonathan, he's got a picture of us up against an ice wall, 15, 20 feet tall,
At least, yeah.
like it just like a sheer ice face.
Oh, yeah. Liz does.
Yeah. So, but it's all like we're walking up and down hills of ice. It's like this is supposed to find its green level. And,
Yeah, but if you melted it, it quickly would. Right? I mean, it's not going to stay like that. It would.
Wait, there you go, ruining our fun.
I don't mean to do that.
always sleep. Flat level, you want to fly through it.
Whether the argument was more in the favor of whether there is a force causing it to be still.
Well, arguably, there has to be a force acting on it, on any model.
Yes.
Because you jump up, you come down, there has to be a force making you come down. If there is a force acting on the water, the water will behave, will react to whatever force. So, the Earth's globe, even if it's not gravity, it's done with like what is it?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
So, all the water has an electrostatic charge, the Earth has an electrostatic charge, so even the globe with an electrostatic charge would still hold the water. Yeah, but the only reason why everything is all trying to hold the water. Can't hold above it.
The question is why believe up, because gravity is pulling the heavier item down from the air. It's filling in underneath it.
It's like a contest.
Exactly.
But who gets pulled down harder?
One of the means that gets me is when they say gravity is so strong it can hold billions of gallons of water. Like slap a bucket flat in the air, just squash it, and go down on flying. It needs its weight, you know. You take the engine, like you ain't staying up there for long. So, billions of gallons of water, really not. Billions of times drop.
Well, that's why I say, I can even say, water does lie flat. And they always say water doesn't have right here it doesn't curve, and right over there it doesn't curve. If you look at the whole picture, it curves.
It's not like one huge document. It's like grains of sand.
So does grains of sand curve? Or you can just, oh, no, grains of sand.
Yeah, you can take the same thing, right? It's like a fraction of sand.
Did you get pictures of that guy surfing on it? Skiing.
The
guy kite skiing.
Yeah.
Oh no, I saw the kite.
That guy. Yeah, I said. I was like, I'm starting to feel sick. I'm like, yeah, so am I. Say
the snowmobile time.
I'll be sorry.
Don't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
Right now.
The whole day. You're starting to see time is good.
Like a fire. I think you can hold like this.
Yeah.
No, pop out.
Do you have your TTS?
Oh, yeah.
No, not that one.
Oh, right.
Buying one from Wolfie?
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, grab it. I'm gonna grab something I want to look at. Yeah. Just coming for this. I'll get the outside one.
fill that one with ice.
What?
I said I'm going to fill that one with ice, not my 48-ounce one.
Oh yeah.
Well, probably don't need as much, and probably in that I'll keep it a bit more sealed and protected in the plane.
So this is my GPS. Oh, we didn't do lines of longitude down. Oh, we did. We did. Especially do it at Santiago. At least at the same time. What?
Oh no, it's well. You might struggle in Santiago though, because you'll be in the airport.
There's the in between the two airport sections.
Assuming you can find. Well, that's active road. Is that even?
No, it's like a walkway.
Yeah, but is that not? Is that east west or north south?
There's a square.
Oh, okay, but there was shit.
We just go on either side and make sure that we get at the same latitude. Write down the longitude and then measure it with the laser rangefinder. That's it. It'll be quick. You got it? Alright, here, hold this.
I'll let you do.
We're gonna see if GPS comes from cell phone towers. You wanna record this on your camera?
On the camera that I just put back in there and put it with water.
Here, wait. There's my camera.
It's alright, I'll go and grab it.
No, it's fine. It's
okay.
You switch it to video. Oh, it's on video. Okay. Well, wait till we get going.
Yeah, but I might do well. You'll have to wait till.
So you say this will only pick up my location if I start moving now?
It'll get your location no matter what. It won't get direction until you move. A guy drove from Wisconsin to bring this to me.
You
got what?
I got boogers all over me? Okay, so we're going with not compass, but what do I do? So there's like, what's that? So there's.
Are you trying to piece it all together? Are you? Oh, you
All
get GPS. Oh, you get GPS on.
No, I think I get it now. I just don't know how this thing works. I'm going like this together. There's like satellite, adventures, proximity alarms, waypoint averaging, man overboard, sun and moon.
I can't read anything.
Come on, sir.
Oh, here we go.
We all know that. We all know the GPS comes from the cell towers.
Geocaches, setup.
The cell towers right there.
Compass. Map.
I cannot read this.
What are you doing in a tent?
Let's go out to the entry there. So you can set the frequency ranges for cell phone frequencies, which is like 900, 1800.
Did you see what that fucking tower's pointing out?
Like, what's the use of this though?
What?
I'm gonna use that.
What?
I put map and it just zoomed me into the.
Oh, that's not very helpful.
No area. I just put a triangle there. Thank you.
You're in the middle.
Thank you. Oh, now it's the battery low. Come on, give me one location.
Battery low?
Give me one location.
You can't even get it to give you a location.
Zooming out. Here's 50 miles,
Oh.
30 miles. Well, now there's a. This thing says north. Okay, let me zoom out. Now we're zooming. We're 120 miles out, 200 miles out, 500 miles out.
Okay, I'm gonna need your help.
Yeah?
Yeah. Power off.
Nope. It's dead?
Yeah. That is a good charger.
Hold this. What kind of charge?
Whatever this is. Can you your fingers? It's a. I think there you go.
The USB?
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a thing in the pram? Doesn't need much.
Yeah. Oh. That's mini? Mini. Damn it.
It's okay. I've got a mini. I have one.
You do?
I have one from the ET now.
Okay.
Good boy. I feel like I owe apologies. I gotta apologize to Wolfie.
Yeah?
Some people I don't think so. Red Rabbit, I don't think so.
How was that bike ride? What are you getting now?
That's water.
Hard stuff.
Oh, why are you closing the door? It's drinking.
But it worked.
How far did you guys go around?
Well, you got the fork here. You got the drop there.
That was my original goal.
Hey. Thank you.
后置人。我是合并就是现在这个，他又能做后期。
Why do you say that? Oh no, I can't.
I don't think so.
Nobody's okay.
I used to, I told him, like, let's just eat all day.
But he's feeling like sick.
He's got like coffee and chesty stick. Who does?
How was Owen?
Benjamin? Alex?
Oh, it's Alex.
We were all in Alex tonight. He's very cute.
He's very what?
Cute.
About what?
He just doesn't get it at all.
Like on either side, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think he ever really understood flutter.
Did you hear that Joe Rogan got a hold of our final experiment?
You can hold it?
Like, Will, I guess, got word from somebody that Joe Rogan knows what we were doing.
Really?
Yeah. That's pretty big. And it's literally the biggest podcast.
Did he mention it though?
I'm not, if he mentioned it, if that's if we heard it, or if like Will's like saying like, hey, or if he knows somebody who knows too, you know?
How fun. Oh, I just put spot on the thing of it.
Is this anybody's that's on the floor?
Go away, this is case.
Yeah. Use it if it is. Just give it up, bro. No. Listen, if it's real, I would love to fucking go. Let's get a Hilton up there.
I was saying before about climate opportunities for people. So, again, I'm going to sort of with the moonlight shots. Here's a photo taken on his spot.
I just walked out here without them, right?
Yeah, when you came across, have you got back on this inside?
Yeah.
Ready?
If I don't have them, then I didn't bring them in.
Yeah, you see those people who say it's taking like this side is crap and then go to the other side, the mountains look the same. I said that.
You're like, I said that.
So what I did before when we were on the drive, I had the camera up in the window taking a time lapse of pictures, so you can see the driving along, the mountain in the But do you see it further behind it or further in front of it? This is
Guys, I want to take a quick selfie and just put like a sun 24 hours.
But the mountains do say the same thing, but I do agree that if you were driving close to this one far away, I bet you would say the same.
Guys, quick selfie. We're going to do the sun circle for 24 hours. Get over it. Stop. Yeah. After it's some circles for 24 hours, get over and shot.
I like it.
People were coming out with articles and shit like you, so people about some people were defending you. They're like, yeah, so he's being truthful and he's being honest. He doesn't work on the internet now. They get over it.
Yeah, mission of a true seeker is someone who's gone seeking the
Yeah,
truth, not someone.
And I wish people knew how
I
bad.
know I'm gonna get a lot of shit for it, but I actually kind of want it.
How bad does it look for flat earthers when I'm being honest and they're like, you shill, you government agent? Because I'm like, no, everybody I've ever heard you call that. I can't believe you. Sorry, yeah.
You look great, actually.
I just want to show you the part I'm talking about, and you. That's people out here would be like, well, I guess everything is out how far away. You have looked at it. It's like 14,000 feet.
This cruise, you know, you can go a fair distance, but it's stick to that. Yeah. So that's like with a good group.
Is that like
I'll show you which ones I always pick. One for I really couldn't refer to, but I'd like to show you that. Yeah. Well, the only thing
I've ever seen like one time before.
I have that for you.
Did a video where it was basically like, and I told him, okay, so here's these things out there. So maybe if you ever face something like lunch, but you still caught a swim with me, I could say, if there's a question, here's a couple questions that you have to ask.
Like, there's no international data that says covering the heart.
Discussions aren't a problem. It's usually the problem is that we never end up between discussions.
And like, I wouldn't want you and Whitson to say,
No offense. Yeah, it's just going to be argumentative. He's not going to really. Yeah.
You mean the noise that we don't hear when we're
he's kind of like what I think you're like Clover's taking data. I don't believe it all. But I think he thinks like if he were to ever see one point, it's like him admitting that he got everything.
I remember Craig on the street was arguing something about east and west satellites.
Yeah, that was me. That was great.
So he messaged me and he was like, it doesn't work, does it? I said, it does. Yes, it does. It's like, I said, take it from the I said, it was all about to put it into the context of satellites. Something's quick. Shit, of course it's got it. So, yeah, everything.
Right, you know, when somebody explained to me, it's like satellites and they don't make then when somebody's going for 3 lines, going straight, you know, but they're turning necessarily, but they're still going in a straight line.
Yeah.
And it kind of hit me up. Oh, I see it. Like east and west, our cell phones, yeah, and technically, yeah.
Now, one thing I'd like to do out here is get cell phones. Call out. This is almost like move. This is almost like move what made us snap.
I'm just disappointed that I didn't see that good one, but it's okay. I think once I look at it, I think a lot of people
right.
You have to call the first thing that you can have it. And it's very easy to do it. Block everything where you're
right. Yeah.
Once a little piece of it frees up. Now I think when I see somebody talk about all athletes have all it's gonna settle. The what, sorry? The all athletes are down. Oh yeah. But I think what I'm saying is like when you have a certain mindset like church lab, then when you're showing that stuff, you're not really listening or you're not really seeing it. And once you get that part of your brain open, then all of a sudden I think I watch another video about all that. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I'll tell you what, because I wanted to show YouTube that I've got.
Yeah, well, we have time.
Yeah. Well, what are we doing now?
I mean, he has to pick up his stuff in about a half hour.
Yeah, and I've got Jonathan's supposed to.
Right at midnight is when your stream's done.
What time is it?
Bruh.
Idea. What time is it?
It's 11:28.
What? Oh, it's 5.
Yeah, we've been up for a while. I thought you were like, oh.
So much for 5 hours. I'll run over and get the map.
Because everyone's getting a little
5 minutes
slurred.
to show you.
I'd love to see it. We'll do it right outside here?
Maybe inside?
Okay.
It's fine. On the table, we're working.
Yeah, can we actually?
I'm all for it. I'll sit down and watch that. But we don't need to
Mind
take
if I
that
take
GPS
some
thing
pictures?
outside?
Like us together, just like.
We don't need to take that GPS thing outside? Did you get a search warrant here?
This building isn't very.
Not very blocky.
I've never used this unit. Can you get it? Plus, I don't know.
So basically, there's like where to on this north waypoint. I think that's interesting. Cool. First time I'm going to get to where you want to see this?
You were showing me too about the cell phone towers. That was pretty cool too. I was gonna do a day quick outside video. That's why I was doing some coffee just to be like. So we're leaving a day early.
Here we are. 082 51 elevation. What? Oh, 2347. Okay. What's that?
Is that everything?
Mm-hmm. That's what that shows right there. Okay, let's go to, that's my waypoint 2. And you can go compass, I don't think that works inside here. Trip computer, setup, geocache, a lot of things.
Geocache. People hide stuff at a certain location.
No caches found.
Yeah.
Oh. Johnny boy.
The wind was so crazy.
Did it work?
We got a couple of shots.
I mean, my drone is getting sucked out of the orbit. I'm to go get my stuff.
When do you want to go? He's gonna show me this for 5 minutes.
No, take it
in 5 minutes.
No, Granny was.
No, because I want to. Well, let's hope and get my thing. But I need to come in when you want. I'm smoking.
I'm not. I got it. It's fine. We'll get them both there. All right. I'll be in that library later.
Alright, right here.
Honestly, did you get your head around these?
Oh, let me clean the screen off. It's going down. Okay.
So obviously, you've seen this in action. You know it tracks things right. Okay. This isn't like. Was yours guided? It guided itself, didn't it?
Mine just looked to the sun, though.
Yeah, but as in, like, did you have to program it to guide it? It knew what it was looking for.
It's only for the sun.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
if the sun went behind that mountain, it would stop.
Right, but it knows it's looking at the sun. It's tracking the sun.
But it has nothing to do with mathematics or anything like that.
I don't mean mathematics. Okay. What I mean is, am I right in thinking, because I wasn't familiar with yours, it recognized the sun. It knew that was the sun. It was.
So what it does is it gets its GPS location, and then it knows what
Right.
Azimuth
So
to go to?
it knows where it is. It knows.
Well, it knows the azimuth, and then it spins around till it sees it.
Okay. So it knows where it is. It knows what it's looking for, and it reacts to the movement
Right.
of the sun.
Right.
Right. Okay. So it's physically reacting to it.
Like if a cloud got in the way, it would.
Okay.
Yeah.
This thing.
Right. It knows.
No. This thing is completely dumb.
Right.
Right. There's an Ethernet port there for auto guide. I didn't have an Ethernet port attached to it. Okay. It's literally there's a dial there. Okay. So it's set off at the moment. Right. If I turn it to start, that rotates 15 degrees per hour. Okay, that's all it does, right? So this head will just rotate. If I put it up to
not 2356.
Well, it's rotating at that sort of speed. So
right.
Might be too cold,
okay.
But you can set different speeds. So I had it set not on start. I've had it to solar
okay.
for the speed of the sun. Okay, so all this does is this whole section here rotates. Okay, that bit all stays rigid. This bit rotates round like that. Okay, that's all it does.
Okay,
all right. All I did when I set it up is I had to point it either directly north or directly south. So normally at home I'd point it north. Okay, get a compass on it, point it north. Obviously here I pointed it south.
But you point it north at the North Star.
Yeah, so if I'm in the northern hemisphere, I point it north towards the North Star. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you point it south towards the South Celestial Pole. Right? You then tell it whether you are on north or south, and depending on which way you set that will determine which way it rotates this head. Okay? That and then this is the elevation dial.
Okay.
You see there, it's got from 0 to 90.
Beautiful.
So that you dial in what your latitude is.
So you would have made it 80 here.
So I wound it right the way back here. So they're all in 3 degree increments. So I went there 75, 78, 81-ish.
Okay.
Okay. So obviously here, I was kind of flying a bit blind, and that's sort of a rough guide. It's not perfectly accurate. So normally, how I would set this up at home is I would dial this to my latitude, which is sort of there, and I would point it north.
Okay.
Right? Then I would take the ball head off, and then you take the back cap off, and it's like a little periscope thing that you look, a telescope thing that you look. That's just a camera ball head.
Oh, so my solar watcher has this, and I didn't know what to put on it. Okay.
Yeah, so you can get an adapter and a ball head. Okay, but that's the actual mount bit. You put a little red laser point in there, so that when you look through it, you can see a crosshair.
Okay.
And then you use these little fine-tuned dials and an app on your phone called Polaris View.
Okay.
Right. Now, Polaris View will take your phone's GPS data to work out where, because Polaris isn't on.
Right, it's slightly off.
It's slightly off, okay? So you're not trying to aim this directly at Polaris, you're trying to aim it at the celestial pole, but you don't know where the celestial pole is because you can't see it.
Right.
So all Polaris View does is tell you where the celestial pole is in relation to Polaris for your location, so that you can get that to match up. Right? So you do that, switch the thing on, and then it will just blindly rotate. If you've got the alignment correct, the camera perfectly tracks the stars. You don't get any star fails. If you get the alignment off, the stars blur. Right. The important thing for this, for me, and really what makes it proof, is if you are like, so obviously we're at 80 degrees. If we were at 90 degrees, let's say the North Pole, right, you would set it up like that.
It would just spin around like this.
And it would spin around like that, okay?
Same as you're on a flat Earth so far.
Okay, right. So you're at the North Pole.
So we're off the North, okay.
Okay, yeah. So you're at the North Pole and you set this up and it's doing that, okay? As you move away from the North Pole, you're dropping your elevation down and down and down, so it's still pointing towards Polaris at that point, okay? Now that bit you could argue works on flat.
Still works,
the star trails, it wouldn't track the star trails properly, but that's... But,
now, why do you say that?
Well, it wouldn't track the star trails properly if you were going on the assumption that you had a dome of stars going around the Earth, because if you sat at the North Pole, they would look like they were going circular, but as you move further and further away, it should look more elliptical.
Okay.
That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay. Point is, you move about further and further and further back until you get to 0 degrees latitude.
Right.
Which is the equator. Okay. So,
What shape do you see? You trace the outline.
Circle.
Okay.
What shape do you see?
Oval.
Right. So the point being, if you were over the North Pole, the stars will be going circular, but as you move further and further away, it would start to become more and more elliptical. But irrelevant for the ball.
So, have you seen though that there are star trails when not processed that look oval?
It's all right.
Wide angle lens.
It's all right.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
No need to muddy the water. Okay. So it's pointed straight up. And then as you move towards the equator, it is now like this, which means when you are now tracking the stars, your camera is doing this, right? At that north-south point, you obviously flick it over. So at the equator, you can point one of these either north or south.
Either one would work.
Either way would work, as long as you change the rotation, it would work, right? Then, as you start moving south, your latitude increasing, you are going back up to here.
Right.
Okay. Now that, for me, works perfectly on a globe, because what you are actually doing is always the mount. So if you imagine I had a globe here, at the equator, it's pointing to the celestial poles.
Right.
As you come up in latitude, all that is really doing is you are not angling this. That is always pointing to the same celestial poles, right? But on a flat Earth, that should be, in theory, if anything, it should always be angling towards the pole star at Polaris. Once you get to the equator, you turn it around and you're pointing the other way. It's what is that actually aiming at on a flat Earth?
Well, it depends where you're looking. So you're talking about like if this was in the north and this is looking at the north.
No. So So in the north, it's aiming at Polaris. In the south, you are obviously you turn it round and then you are then moving further and further away, but you're angling it up and up and up.
Right. Gotcha. So what are you aiming at?
Right. But at the equator, it's 90 degrees off compared to the other times.
Right.
You watch me obviously today.
Yeah.
Set it up, or whenever it was.
No, I think the answer to a lot of it is just the south answer.
Yeah. So yesterday, I set this up in exactly that manner, and I set it to track the sun, and it tracked the sun perfectly, non-stop for 24 hours. Okay. So this thing, set up correctly, will point exactly where the sun is pointing. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like it.
If I go to the equator,
and is it done with a computer inside?
No. There's no computer in there. I say there's no computer in there. There's an auto guide. I don't know how the auto guide works. I've not used it, so I don't think there's a computer in there. Literally, there is that tells it how quickly to turn the plate, which is preset anyway. It's just how quickly to turn the plate, and then the rest of it is just I've got to point it in the right direction. That's it.
So if you were to turn it on solar, and then we're trying to track it from sunrise to sunset, would you have a problem with refraction causing the sun to be half a degree too high and half a degree set?
At sunset, the sun might appear to shift. Right. But just run with this, okay?
No, I just think like something like that is evidence.
There's a modification to those that do that.
Because if I could show people that the refraction is real, and the fact that it's if you program something to track at 15 degrees an hour and right at sunrise and right at sunset, you're off by half a degree. That is kind of proof of refraction being a half.
It is well advised with these things
to not do it at 10 degrees or less.
To stay away from the horizon because of that. But let me just present you with one scenario, okay?
Okay.
So, like I've just said, you've seen it firsthand. This thing, when set up properly, the camera will point exactly where the sun is pointing, yes? Okay. So I set this to 0 latitude. You're on the equator. It's the equinox. So the sun is orbiting on the equator, yes?
Yes.
Right. So I've set that up, pointing north. I angle the camera actually got a camera, but you get the drift. Okay, let's pretend that is the lens. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So north, south, east, north, east, south, west.
We're in the north.
Okay, so it's pointing north.
Are we in the north?
What do you mean, are we in the north? You're on the equator. You're not in the north or the south.
Oh, got you. Okay.
But at the equator, you can point it either which way. So we're just going to say this is the equator line. It's pointing north.
Okay.
Okay. Sun's rising in the east, so you're right.
Yep.
Camera's pointing at the horizon on the east.
Yep.
All right. It's going to track the sun right the way up and over.
Right.
Until it gets to sunset, and it's right there.
Okay.
If you were to leave it running overnight, it will carry on going around and around and around. The camera would now be pointing straight down at the ground. Come sunrise,
And then it goes.
Right.
it would be straight back to you.
Through at a very
And you've seen
narrow
this
angle. And then
completely done.
Right. So if this is a orbit of the sun that we think as a circle,
And if the sun's
then how would this be
How
tracked?
this? No, it's got no computer. It doesn't know what it's looking at, and yet you've watched it firsthand. Perfectly follow the sun. So it doesn't know what it's looking at. So the sun is up there. The sun is on the horizon. But that then now means, by pure logic, that in the middle of the night, the sun must be straight the way through the ground.
Right. Okay.
So
Yeah. I see why that works.
okay, this is for me used for why an EQ mount like this. I cannot fathom how that would function on any flat surface.
On a flat surface, it could, but not with the path that the
Okay.
sun has to
Yeah,
take.
yeah. Okay,
Right,
yeah,
I
yeah.
get your saying. Yes.
So
That angle would change differently.
but that's what I mean. So that for me is why this.
You then have to believe where the sun rises and sets is so much of a part of the circle that's just a flat line. But that's
you would basically be looking at something whereby at the equator, the sun did that throughout the entire period that it was visible,
which
and
would be
then-
half of a circle.
And then suddenly, the moment it disappeared out of view, it
went-
must have
it
changed
went
a
3/4
completely
of a
different
circle.
direction and
Right.
launched in a different way
Okay.
in 12 hours. So
I get it.
okay, that was just why I said I think understanding how these work. Take that as just a data point and run with it. Okay, make your own conclusions, like you say. I'm just giving you the information. You've seen that they track. You've seen that they work.
Now end it with retard, and I'll definitely get it.
Yo, hello.
You know me.
Hello.
Okay, retard. All right, I get it now.
Okay. Did you get that, or did you want
Alright, sorry, give me the real explanation.
what? The real explanation.
He's on you.
Yeah, there's a little.
But that was yours does, okay, so the one that I left at home, it has a northern hemisphere one and a southern hemisphere one, which is really cool. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that because once you cross the equator, the rotation needs to go the other
Needs to
way.
go the other way.
So, but
I'm still gonna use mine back at home.
oh yeah, but the thing is, you can get some really flashy ones. You can get ones that you put to a computer, it knows where it is. I've used them. You literally get a pad and it tells you, and then flat earthers can argue, but it knows where it needs to be pointing, so it's changing. The thing with this one is it is too simple. There's no computer in it. It's literally a motor that just rotates that head, like you saw yesterday. You angle this, so if you point it either directly north or directly south. So northern hemisphere, point it directly north. Southern hemisphere, point it directly south. Angle this to match your latitude. So we went at 80 degrees. I had it up at 80 degrees like this. If you're at the equator, you're at 0 latitude.
So then you can change it.
Okay, I'll tell him.
You have to angle it to 80 degrees, which is.
I think I could call him.
You know, on like Messenger?
Which thing would get quicker? So yeah, at the equator, that's how it sits.
Okay. Yeah, so it's straight.
Straight north, straight south. Okay.
Alright.
You put the camera on like that. So you've got north, you've got south, you've got east, you've got west.
Right.
So sun on the equator, on the equinox, the sun rises directly east, travels up and overhead directly west.
And the location?
So you go to the equator on the equinox and put one of these on. and set it up like this. Let's just say this is the camera and that's the lens.
So technically,
So it rises like that,
And then it'll do this.
it goes all the way around. Now I've left it for 24 hours and it follows, and it ended up still following the sun, right? If I leave that for 24 hours, it will come back round to sunrise in the same place. It will just keep going. It doesn't know what it's looking at. If I don't set it up right, it wouldn't do it. If I put it in the wrong way, it would be going backwards. It doesn't know, but it means in the middle of the night,
Scrambling it up and say, okay, here's something.
the sun is through there.
But it still knows your exact location. Somebody's getting that data.
Right?
They get feedback.
Which is crazy to think because you would assume that it's actually following the light, but you are actually setting
Also,
it to.
you can.
It can't follow anything. It's just going around and round. And if you don't point it in the right direction,
Yes, so you can mess it up.
yeah. If that's why I had to stay up for 48 hours is because the alignment was very close, but not perfectly accurate. So the track was pretty good, but not perfect. So I actually had the left to right nailed down. It was the up and down that was the issue. The sun kept gradually just drifting up, and I had to knock the camera down slightly each time to correct it. But it means that's the key one. Equator, equinox, one of these. It sets it up correctly, it will follow the sun. And by virtue of that, that means either the sun is directly through the ground,
like very simple,
which can't work on a flat Earth because it's got to be somewhere, or magically once the sun sets, it's got to go in a completely different direction.
All right.
You okay?
I like it. Yeah, I'm excited to try mine at home.
Somebody says the A team.
But like I said, that's just
A team is getting a C minus.
There's no oh, it's optics, it's something, it's this.
It's literally you telling it what it is.
It's literally just it's a dumb thing. If I could have, if I'd left the batteries running, that thing could have carried up and I'd set it up properly. It would have followed the sun indefinitely.
What do you mean? That's
if I had the battery power for it, it would have carried on doing it.
Back and says, no,
I think it's really cool.
So it's
just
more
general does it. Yeah.
But I think somebody's done. Have you ever seen the video someone did where they had rather than the stars moving, they fixed it to the stars and had the Earth moving instead?
And scramble all the data.
I've seen kind of like time-lapse videos, but maybe not like an exact.
Yeah, so I think what they did was he set it up on one of these so that it followed the camera stayed fixed to the stars, which then means you could see to the camera's perspective, you saw the Earth actually rotating.
These are just people that do this.
I'd like to check out that video. I have a computerized telescope at home, a Celestron one, and I want to be able to set it because now that my neighbor finally cut all those trees down, RIP to the trees, I now have a clearer view at night. So it's really cool because like the part of South Carolina that I live, there's not a lot of street light. It gets very dark.
Yeah, I mean those I've tried them telescopes and they are great. They're so easy to just be able to go.
Yeah, you just put it in.
Here's my log. It works out your location. It knows it knows it's starting from level, and that's an important thing, obviously, because if it knows it's starting from level and it knows where it is on the globe, it knows where it needs to go to find the stars. But if you don't set it up, if you've not got it leveled, then it goes hot. That's how you can kind of tell that the auto guide thing isn't truly smart. It just knows if I'm perfectly level and I am on this point of the globe, I know how far I need to swing in a particular direction, but it's not like it's a smart thing that goes, oh no, hang on, that's not what I'm meant to be looking at. Yeah, they're great. They're so handy to just be able to go, I want to look at that, and it swings around. Whereas with this, you have to be able to find it.
You went over there with Scott?
Well, obviously, I've had people saying,
Neil has taken us
they're auto guided, so it's the Earth's flat.
Over here.
It just happens to know where it needs to be tracking for whatever.
No, but it's actually.
Whereas that, there's nothing. So, like I said to Sharon, it's not that for me is in my head. I can't see how that works on anything but a globe. That's just me.
I mean, just because you have to set the information and you have to follow it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
You can't set it to follow anything else.
No, it's just going on, north or south, elevation angle, and the direction. Oh, and the whatever speed. So that one you set that one to star. I had to set it to sun because the track.
Oh, see, that's really cool. You can actually set it to.
Yeah, but that's another key thing, which then means you've got one speed for stars and one speed for sun. But presumably, if it was all in the firmament, the stars and the sun would be moving together. Possibly, but they can't be. They must be moving at different speeds.
What are the other ones too? Well, I guess those are just the different speeds.
Oh yeah, lunar. So there's so there's star, sun, or moon, depending on whether you're pointing at, and then this one is so it uses star as 1 speed, shall we say? That'd be half of it, 2 times, 6 times, or 12 times, in case you wanted to do something else for whatever reason. But yeah, if you like, if I'd have set, in fact, that's what I did. I tried setting this up in Punta to test it because I was still rusty with it, and I'd never used it to track the sun. And I tried setting it all up in Punta just to get my eye in before coming here, and I couldn't get it to track, and I was like, why the hell not? And it's because I'd thrown it on that one, not that one. So it was moving the camera at the wrong speed.
Alright. Off the ground into the wind. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll be able to get some sunrise and some sunset. I really want more of the sunset.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be really cool, like in daytime.
Lights out. So the drone controller will tell you
I'm not on Telegram, so I forwarded Will the link to the time lapse.
Wait. Okay.
I've
What do
just.
you mean you're not on Telegram? You're definitely on Telegram.
I'm not. I've not got Telegram.
Yeah.
You're not in our group? You've never been in our group?
No. I never, because I never bought, I didn't put Telegram. I'm in WhatsApp,
Okay, so
but there's no WhatsApp group.
So what was the point of you saying that?
What group are you not in?
I'm not in the Telegram group.
I wasn't in our TFE Telegram group.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't.
Okay, so you were saying that you forwarded it to him and then...
So because I'm not in the Telegram group, I couldn't put it in the Telegram. So I sent it to Will and asked him to forward it into the group. So I don't know if he's done it or not, but Mark's also got the link as well.
I'll do it right now.
Isn't it weird? I just realized he wasn't in the Telegram group today. I was like, what do you mean you're not in the group?
Shows how much I missed.
Because I thought you were in the group. I was just like,
don't cry
some
yourself
people
to
are
sleep.
in group chats, but they just don't ever say anything because I get it. And plus, we were having that conversation in Punta. You're like, I'm in so many group chats, it's so overwhelming. So
No,
I
I meant WhatsApp group chats, as in, like, if I get jumped in the WhatsApp group and what?
Yes. You're getting thrown into a WhatsApp group.
Yeah. I've got it to like kids, like the kids sports groups, like parents groups and stuff. I'm just like mute. I don't really listen to.
At least I don't get that in the U.S. with sports.
Oh no, I do.
Nobody uses WhatsApp like that.
No. So our eldest and then
How did you find out that Joe Rogan got a hold of like the word?
I saw the
Wait, he told you?
I saw the text from Joe Rogan.
Do you know there's
I have a friend who's close to them.
Who's close to Joe? Okay, and he knew what you were doing down here, and then it got back to Joe, and then he was just like, "Oh snap!"
Did you see there's also Lad Bible and Uni Lad?
Tell Joe
Lad
Rogan
Bible and Uni Lad have got articles on them as well.
Wait, what?
Lad Bible and Uni
I can
Lad.
get to it.
Okay.
There's articles about it on their website.
When you're at his house next week.
Yeah.
I got sent a link for it before.
Well, that's cool.
Probably head out to meet Haley.
But see, that's a little bit misleading because like,
that
he,
one,
he
that
didn't.
no,
he didn't
okay,
say
yeah. So that one is the one I'd initially saw was.
Did you guys not see that very pyramid-shaped looking mountain when we were driving in that car? I took so many pictures of it, and I'm like, there's no... Oh, also, isn't this funny? Somebody was flying a kite, and people thought it was a UFO. Look at that.
Everything's
I mean, we do live in a world where people actually believe in aliens.
My mom.
There you go. That's
My mom's into some wacky stuff. Here it is after 24 hours. The sun is in the shade right now. It's been over 24 hours. And, well, the sun might be out in a second here to see where the shadow falls. It's pretty cool. We'll find out, number one, if it recorded the whole time or the battery died. And number two, we'll find out if the globe prediction about shadow length was correct.
incredible. You can see the full disc of it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just about coming out. Oh, look at is the Terminator line coming across the prairie. Not much of a prairie. Oh, if it's coming, I don't want to stop it just before the shadow's here. We could record first. Should we do that? Dave's going to record a intro to a video for something unrelated to Antarctica back home, but because Antarctica's like something else, then we're going to do it. You'll see. Recording?
Yeah. Hey everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video. I'm not in the usual studio, I'm in Antarctica. I'm filming this in advance. Now, this isn't related to Antarctica or the flat earth, this is about the moon landing. One argument that I regularly see from people is how are the astronauts able to take perfectly composed pictures given that they're in a spacesuit, that the camera's strapped to the chest, that they've got big gloves on, etc. So I'm going to replicate it. I'm in Antarctica anyway, I've got all this gear, so I've got 1, 2, 3 layers of gloves that I'm going to put on, and a big ski mask that is going to stick so far out that when I look down I can barely see my own chest. And then I'm going to walk around with my camera set to 35 millimeters, which is the same equivalent focal length that was used on Apollo. And I'm going to hold it with one hand against my chest, and with the other hand I'm going to press the shutter release button to take photos. And I'm basically going to put it to the test of can I compose some decent photos with not actually being able to see what I'm doing. So let's head outside and find out. 25 actually. Just keep rolling this up while I put this on. I should thought about this in advance. That's alright, come on in. Screws in your face, it's alright. Crossing train. Thank you, boys. So just once you go out now, grab yourself. Alright. Got a picture of Mike first. Let's get the thing plugged in properly. It was working. Oh no, sorry. Oh, that's come out. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. Alright.
Oh, the United States flag, that will be a nice one to go to the moon landing. And it's on an angle, isn't it? Get it up. Okay. Yeah, shower. Okay. Hold it there. So, I hope you can see that. So I went to take a picture of the guest shower. There is the guest shower. I was taking a picture over towards the van there with the landscaping. Oh, there is the Munda sign with the American flag in the front. Oh, I missed that one slightly. Oh, there's Mike. And there's a perfectly composed photo of a tent. There's the sun. And there's Mike again. It's not that hard. So, yeah. I'm not saying that, that doesn't necessarily mean that the moon landing definitely happened. But composing a shot with a chest-mounted camera and big thick gloves on is not impossible. So, that's going to be it for this video. As always, if you enjoyed it and you haven't already done so, then please consider hitting the like and subscribe button, and hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Stay there, man. Thank you, sir.
All right. So, what's recording?
Oh, that'll piss off the Apollo detector. Mr. fucking Marcus Wheeler. Right.
Right. All right. We'll see you in the morning. Yep. I didn't get McFlatty yet. No, he's got to be second. So I'll run get him. Quick. Get McFlatty.
Same session.
By the sound of it, the plane will be a little more full.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard too. Those guys were all at the, I guess last night. Those guys that were in the dining room.
Yeah, the what?
They were all at the South Pole, 7.
The Chinese guys were at
For us?
oh, not us.
Big photographs were actually taken. Mount Vincent. One guy was in here when I was setting up the lighting. He ran 50 miles today. So I said, I tried to figure that out. He was Russian. He had done the 7 summits, and now he's like trying to see how much he can run.
That's all.
Good, but Will is asleep. You see a look right here. All right, welcome. We got tuna. Let's start off and talk about Antarctica.
Yeah.
You know,
the sun, 24 hours, the disorientation, what's that doing to you?
What's it doing to me? Yesterday was harder. It's maybe sat in a little bit and getting used to it. But yeah, yesterday was, you feel like you're supposed to be tired, but then it's just bright out and you feel like you want to go. You go sit down for a bit, then the sleep, it's like a blanket on you. Then you stand up and it's bright outside. Then after a while, it's been beating down on you all day, for days now, 2 days. It's relentless. It's the middle of the night. It's just light. We haven't had clouds, so it's been a lot of light. So it gets to be, you don't know what time it is. You feel like, oh yeah, we'll do it later, when it's dark. Oh, but it's not going to get dark. You forget because everything's just different than usual. So sleep is hard.
Yeah. Your the light, was that one of your predictions?
Well, yes, of course. The whole point was to see if there was the sunlight, and not just the sunlight, but the actual sun.
Can I stop you for just a second? It's not you, you're crushing it. I figured this out last one. Could you try to talk when when it's not historical, like for building suspense in first person, or I mean present tense, you know what I mean? Like it's bright outside, it's daytime now, we have a meeting in a little bit, and then we, kind of do little blocks.
Okay,
So like what you were
building
saying.
tension, so it's not. We haven't yet.
Yeah, I don't want to always
determined
seem like you're always talking like
Yeah. Okay.
in the back, like, because I want to pick you up at different times in the story.
Okay.
That's all. Sorry to interrupt you. We were talking about you planning on one of your predictions being the light.
Yeah. So one of our predictions is that we will see the 24-hour sun, not just sunlight, not just clouds with light behind it, but the actual sun. So that's certainly what we're looking to.
Was Will's decision, do you think it was a wise decision to shift gears, or did you have any part in that, or know in advance that when we got off the plane, you'd get on that truck, come here, and then really, without warning, go straight to halfway?
Yeah, we had talked about it. Will had mentioned it to everybody that when we got here, there was going to be some time that we would need to figure out the plans. Things were uncertain, and the position, the place that we were going to film was not yet determined. It was based on a lot of factors. And so when we got off the plane, we got here, we had our orientation, and then it was grab your stuff, throw it in the truck, and we're going to go. And we don't know if we'll get a second 24 hours, so let's go right now.
Are you tired thinking that you're going to now go stay up 24 hours?
Was it?
Like getting off the plane, you've been in Punta Arenas for a few days?
Yeah, so when we got off the plane, no, I wasn't thinking that I was tired. I was excited. We're finally here. Months of preparation, talking about it for so long, and it was adrenaline. It was time to go. So no tired at all. It took many hours before any thought of being tired happened. Plus, there's just a flurry of activity. So when that's happening, you can't be tired.
So we're at halfway point. The majority of your experiments took place there. Either they were a combination of Punta Arenas and then follow-up. Am I mistaken, or?
With 16 different experiments, we were doing some at home. We were doing some at airports on the way. We will be doing some, hopefully, at airports on the way home. And so maybe a good chunk of this stuff had happened before we got here, and certainly we had spent some good amount of time in Punta Arenas doing some of the parts of the experiments. We want to do things at multiple different latitudes. So Punta Arenas, Antarctica, Santiago, and other cities are all part of it. These are outside of whether or not the sun is circling overhead. So we had prepared for these things. We had already done a bunch of measurements before we got here. But because the sun was the primary goal here, when we set up the cameras for the sun, and all of the other experiments at that time were secondary to getting the sun, because the weather was cooperating. So we need to do it now. We can do other experiments when the weather isn't maybe as nice. So
And can we go through your experiments a little bit and like results and predictions that you've had with some of those?
yeah. With the book?
Yeah, maybe if you want to just get specific and take a look, try not, glance and give it to me as we're talking, so that you can be accurate. Maybe start with the one where we were doing the measurements, because that was a really fun one.
On the road?
Yeah.
All right, one of the experiments that was fun because it was very much a team effort was measuring the distance between lines of longitude. So we did it in Punta Arenas on an east-west road, and we picked a spot to begin, a spot to end, and we got the very specific GPS location at the beginning and ending. And we walked from one end to the other with a trundle wheel to measure the distance. And the trundle wheel is a wheel that rolls on the ground, and it ticks up numbers as you go. So at the end, you know that you went a certain number of meters. When we've done that, then we position ourselves to be at the same latitude start and stop, and a different longitude start and stop. And so we know now how many degrees or minutes or seconds of degrees of the line of longitude we've moved, and we know the number of linear feet or meters that we've done. So then, and it takes several people to do this. Then we went to Antarctica here, and it was more difficult to do because it's on snow. We were using this trundle wheel, and the snow is irregular. We're stomping it down, we're walking back and forth and trying to get it smooth, and it's slipping on the ice. And we look at it, we're like, this isn't really doing it very well. We don't think we're going to get very good numbers from it. And then we walk back and forth 4 times, just like in Punta Arenas, and we look at the numbers like, yeah, this was what we thought. The numbers are all over the place. We're going up and down over chunks of snow and stomping them again, but last time we went over it, so inconsistent. And in the end, we didn't like those numbers because of the inconsistency. So we switched to a different method, which is more precise, which is great, but we couldn't do it in Punta Arenas. This is a laser rangefinder. A laser rangefinder has certainly the range possible to do it in Punta Arenas, but you need to hit a specific thing. So when you're in a city, you point down the sidewalk, there's things all next to it everywhere. So you don't know which thing you're measuring. But when we get here, there's nothing around. It's just a field of ice and snow as far as you can see. So we can stand at one end, we can hold up the reflector, and we got almost exactly the same number every time. So that measurement was very good. Now, it was close to the one we got with the trundle wheel, but the trundle wheel was off an understandable amount based on what it was doing. So we're using the laser rangefinder because it's so much more precise.
Who is the team?
The main team is myself, Critical Think, and Will, and that was who was there in Punta Arenas. So we did again the same There's 3 of us down here, keep it consistent. As we go back home, different ones of us will do it. We'll have to do it individually, and we'll do it maybe with volunteers that we can find.
Are you taking any of the instruments that are here that aren't yours, like the Trundle wheel or?
No, I won't take the Trundle wheel. The laser rangefinder is mine. We just were looking to see, because Dave is going to bring, or he's going to do a measurement in England that's almost exactly the same latitude north as in Punta Arenas was south. So 53 degrees in some number of minutes and seconds. So he doesn't live very far from there. We found a road that is almost exactly. So the globe predicts the size, the length will be the same, and for flat Earth, it must be much more in Punta Arenas. So we'll get those numbers. We'll look at those two. It'll be good. We'll add that all to our total. So we haven't done Santiago. Maybe we'll get a chance on the way back. You're in an airport. You've got, all you have is your layover time, and what kind of options do you have? You're in an airport, so you.
How are you, like, when you pick the spot for the 53 latitude in northern England? Are you guys using Google, or how are you to find the road? I mean,
yeah, we use Google Earth. Or Google Maps. We just looked at where we were in Punta Arenas, go to the same spot, and we knew that Dave lived somewhere near that, and he said, "Well, yeah, that's a reasonable distance to drive, and yeah, I'll do that."
Oh, and it just needs to be on the same line of
latitude. Yeah, the same. The latitude needs to be the same in both north and south, and it doesn't have to be, of course. It can be a little bit off, but it's a little bit. There's some satisfaction to doing it in as close as possible, because the globe says they'll be the same value, and Flat Earth says they'll be dramatically different. And this is then much easier even to see really quickly whether or not your hypothesis has passed.
Why, Flat Earth, why do they say, what's the big picture? Is it the sun moving faster and it's more space?
Why does a line of
why does
longitude have to be bigger on Flat Earth?
Well, no, you said, you were just saying that with the globe model, you want the same lines of latitude because they're going to be similar, right? But the flat Earth, it would be different. Is that because essentially you're tighter rings going to wider rings, or?
Yeah. So the flat Earth is it's the North Pole in the center, and the lines of latitude go all directions from the center, and then the lines of longitude are concentric circles around it. And so these concentric circles get bigger and bigger and bigger as they go farther out. There's no option here. We don't get to magically say that for some reason they would be smaller, when if it's flat, it has to be getting bigger as you go. So
in touching on that too, the equator, I think you were mentioning that it's wider. The gravitational force is different according to critical think, but if we're spinning, it's a wider, the equator line is a wider line of latitude. Is there a chance or a possibility that lines of latitude at higher or lower elevations that are matching are different? Maybe the Earth spins and there's some effect that could be that?
Could there be some unknown reason why the difference between lines of longitude varies between north and south? The Earth is in irregular shape. It's not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, but it's not a perfect oblate spheroid. The southern hemisphere is a tiny bit more oblate than the northern hemisphere by a couple meters. It's certainly it depends on the precision you're trying to do. Our precision isn't going to be anywhere near enough to make the difference with that. We're talking millimeters over long distance before anything like that will happen. So we can, for the scope of our experiment, we can treat it as a sphere. That's how we're doing the math. But if we wanted, we can treat it as an ellipsoid. The difference is going to be, 5 or 6 decimal points deep.
You were doing a few tests with the 24-hour sun One of them was the most recent one you did it at Halfway Point. How difficult was it working at Halfway Point? And can you take me through how this was the second day once we had all left, where we all went and how that worked in your day?
So I built one of the experiments I did was I built a sundial based on predictions from the globe. So the radius of the globe, the distance between the Earth and the sun, the rate that the Earth is spinning, the angle of inclination, all of those things were put in together to predict the length of a shadow throughout an entire day. So we calculated based on a pre-selected height that we chose. We said, well, we'll set up a tripod with a 360 camera on top of it. It will be 165 centimeters tall. And then the cool thing is, then that's the gnomon. That's what it's called in a sundial. The gnomon is also the camera that's filming itself being a shadow. So it's a really cool way to do that. So I set it up that tall. We had pre-calculated, and I had a sheet of paper with all the different angles and numbers on it. So, but it's kind of precise, and there's 24 individual measurements that we need to do. And we're in Antarctica. We don't have the ability to go to Walmart to pick up a Sharpie to draw on the ground or to get a yellow flag to stick into the dirt. We have either what we carry or what we can find. And what can we find? Snow. There's lots of snow. So what I did is I put the tripod in the middle, the gnomon in the middle, and then I picked out 24 very carefully selected chunks of snow.
Were those, just to talk about those, and try to look at major dry lines, but I'm liking this. Did the size of the snow matter, and did the width of the circle matter based on your height, your gnomon?
Yeah. Okay. So the size of the snow didn't matter. We just needed something to look at, so that on the camera you could look and see, oh, there's something on the ground right there. That's how long we predict that the shadow will be at that time of day. So the snow chunk didn't matter. It was just something we had lying around. But yes, the distance is very important. Based on the 165 centimeter tall stick, the gnomon, and at a certain time of day, it's going to cast a shadow of a known length because the sun's going to be at a certain angle. So you put all that together, and then at 3 a.m., you put a chunk of snow on the ground, and you say that's where the globe says the shadow will be.
And so since you know that sometimes the sun's high and sometimes it's low, high is going to create a shorter shadow. Were you correlating that with where you placed them, or were they all equally distanced to always hit for the highest time of day?
Yeah, they were positioned at irregular spacings because the shadow lengths vary. So
try looking at it. I know it's you talking to the camera, it's like the thing.
Yeah.
I can look here if you want to just talk to like.
No. So yeah, we knew that the shadow lengths were going to be different. So we put chunks of snow at different spots and had to measure out. The short ones were just over 2 meters, actually I think just under 2 meters. And the long ones were nearly 8 meters long. And well, what did we have? I didn't bring a tape measure. I brought folding meter sticks. So a folding stick that's 2 meters long. I brought 2 of them so I could measure out 4 meters end to end. So here I am, I'm crawling around on the ground, putting meter sticks end to end. Well, I only have 400. I need to go out nearly to 800. So I'm shuttling them sideways back and forth so that I could get all the way out to the correct length. Then stand up, walk back over, check it again, make sure it's the right angle, make sure the distance is the same. Okay, do that again 24 times. Now go check it again, make sure all the angles are right. Oh, this one's off, this one's off.
Oh,
Shift.
It's 24 hours.
24 hours, 24 snow chunks, 24 angles, 24 distances. And I probably went around that whole thing 5 times, getting more and more precise. So I didn't want this to be clumsy. I didn't want to just chuck something out there. I wanted to have this be as good as possible.
Was it part of your prediction, and have you taken a look at this time since you went and got it?
So yeah, the prediction, of course, the whole thing is one big prediction, or I don't know, you could say it's 24 individual predictions, or whatever. Sure. As a whole, it's one prediction. We're using the radius of the Earth and all sorts of things about positions in space to determine the shadow length. I've just only recently gone to get the video. It was unattended, and that was kind of the cool part about this part of it. We were at that halfway point for more than a day. It was busy, lots of activity for the whole time. And I was hurrying to get this set up before we left. And I pressed record and we all left. And so it sat there alone for 24 hours. Not totally alone. I came back the next day to change batteries. And then I just came back again and it didn't know, but they had packed up, drug away the bathroom. They had folded up the little building that we had slept in and spent, I don't know, 30 some hours in. It was all folded up and it's ready to get pulled back. The whole place is basically done except for bringing back that one.
Will that all be on the camera?
And of course, yeah, all of that will be on the camera. It's a 360 camera. So I will publish this and the people can see, yes, there's hours and hours of this thing just ticking away the time. Just faithfully hit a boulder, hit a boulder, hit a boulder.
What's your prediction on that one, like your accuracy?
There's not any numbers that we can get from it, but we're looking to see that the shadow's going to just get right to the edge of where that boulder, snow boulder, chunk of snow hits. So will it be a little long or a little short, potentially, based on how good I measured things. These are imprecise things. It's I'm not accurate to 1 centimeter, maybe 2 centimeters, and it's a hunk of snow. They're not super regular either.
Can we? I think that's hilarious that the halfway point was. I mean, their business out here. How is the ALE staff treated? Us, and how is their professionalism and their work ethic and what they do and their precision?
Yeah, ALE staff was incredibly helpful. I felt bad. I'm like, hey, I need to come out here again tomorrow, and it's too far to just hike. And they don't want us out wandering alone for safety and for liability for themselves. And I'm like, yeah, can somebody get me here tomorrow? And they're like, oh, you bet. Yeah, what time do you want to be here? And it was really easy to work with them. But when I went up to just swap a battery, the guy shows up in a snowmobile, a lot of fun. I grew up on snowmobiles, so I'm like, let's go. And then again, it was midnight. We needed to go out there at midnight. I'm like, is that okay? Can you come back the next morning and do it? And they're like, no, midnight's fine. So yeah, they didn't care. It's midnight. They went and hauled us out there, and somebody else wanted to film something out there too. So before I took it down, he recorded. They just sat in the car and made it. It was great.
Do you want to come back to Antarctica? Are you enjoying your stay? Are you disappointed we're leaving early for this possible storm? What could go wrong if we stayed?
I'm very sad that we're leaving early. This place is just so cool. And then part of me is like, well, let's just wait. But because I don't want to be here during a storm all that day. I don't want to get delayed for 4 days because of the storm. So that wouldn't be fun. But to be here again, absolutely, I want to come back.
Yeah. And then, so we're leaving. We're going back to Punta Arenas. But before we had that, or rather, after we had that emergency briefing, if you will, we had a sit-in with ALE. Were they curious? What was that about? What's your takeaway from how we were perceived? Maybe how we were perceived before and after?
So the ALE staff, the people we worked with directly, they had a good idea what we were doing. But the others, I don't think they did. They're like, there's some flat earthers there. Well, which of the group looked like flat earthers? Well, flat earthers look like regular people. So I think they might have thought we all were flat earthers. So fine. So this, not that they treated us any differently, but the sit-in you said, but it was just it was a chat really, and it was really good. I think the staff was the people there were very interested to hear because it's an unusual thing. Many people don't know any flat earthers in person. That speaks to it's not a large thing, so. I think it was good for them to get an experience of what they're like. They're like everybody else.
What's your predictions for how the flat earthers and our group are going to take away from here, where they're going to go, without being specific?
The flat earthers in our group certainly have a lot to think about. This drastically changes a foundational part of the position that they have about flat earth. So they need to work through that, and it may be that they say, that's the straw, and I'm out. It may be, I'm going to hold on for hope. I'm not going to let this go for any reason, or don't want to lose community, a religious position, just a dig in your heels position. So any of those kinds of reasons, and others maybe why somebody might not, or just it wasn't good enough for them. I don't know. I think it's great. I can't understand how it would make any sense.
Yeah, in what way is it possible to see a 24-hour sun and the rest of the world continue on having regular days, with the exception of the Arctic? How is it possible to make sense of that on any kind of a flat map? So much information from this trip: flight paths, time. Can you imagine? I know you know the answer.
So, without taking the other experiments into account, just looking at the sun, it puts it into a difficult position, because the current, up until now, idea was that Antarctica was a ring on the outside. And if you're on a ring on the outside, then you're outside the path that the sun takes. The sun takes a ring as well, but you're outside of it. So you look north, you see inward. You look north to see the sun. You could never look south to see the sun. But we looked south and saw the sun. So what does that do? Well, you can't put the sun out there now, because in Punta Arenas, we looked the other way to see the sun. So that doesn't work. So what really happens is you say, well, maybe it's a different map. Every single other map option that anybody's ever proposed, and really it could be proposed, is some sort of a map where it's got an edge, and the sun goes and everything gets to that edge and then teleports to the other side magically without anybody noticing. We call that Pac-Man. So imagine just a rectangle, the equator going across the middle of it. The sun goes on the equinox over that equator and then pops to the other side. It doesn't quite work still, because you don't get to look south to see the sun. So then people start shifting things around and doing all sorts of other things. But in the end, you still wind up Pac-Man. Every single other option is a Pac-Man option. And I don't think a whole lot of people are willing to think that there's a magic portal somewhere on the edge of the earth that we just have never seen. And the reason why it's there is to solve a problem that you don't need to solve.
Is it in your interaction? Is it something with the individual, or are they? There's an idea that maybe there's hypnosis to them. I hate to use the B word, but like brain. But is there something like that? I guess what I'm looking for is there something extra that's influencing this? Like, why not just let go and say, I was wrong, this doesn't make sense, I don't know why I didn't Google and think, for that, because they have to be, right?
Yeah.
You have to be
Yeah, why would they not? I think it gets to the real personal level that people.
Sorry, hold on, I gotta switch the card. It's internal. It's gotta be. Okay. Gosh, let's hold for a second. Okay, yeah, let's, this is our last question, because I called.
So why might they not? And I think the biggest reason why people hold on to it, I think, is community. Everybody needs community, and I found that a lot of the really dedicated flat earthers, their community is other flat earthers. So here they are. That's your social life, and it often causes problems in other aspects of their life. So they get severed relationships with friends and family. So those other tenuous relationships are now gone, and the only relationships they have, this is certainly a generalization, but is other flat earthers. And so if they leave that, then they know what happens because there's history. When a flat earther stops being a flat earther, they're out. You're not welcome here anymore. So again, a generalization. So then what? Well, they don't want that. And it might not be conscious. I think it's probably a subconscious thing. And so that's a large reason why we hold on so much.
One other thing struck me while you were saying that, and that just, I'm curious just your response, first thoughts. We don't have to unpack it too much, but one thing I'm hearing is, well, the sun revolves 24 hours. And again, I'm a flat earther coming into this. It's hard for me to hold on to it anymore. And this doesn't really work with me, but I think you'd be able to give some insights. Well, the sun revolves for 24 hours, but that doesn't depict what we're standing on. That doesn't indicate that this is a ball as well. What's your response to that? And repeat the question if you don't mind.
So often they say, well, the lights in the sky don't dictate the ground, things like that. I don't think that's a very honest position, because we can figure out the shape of the ground by looking at lights in the sky. If you were on a table and there was a light on the table or above the table, and you were on one side of the table and made some measurements to that light, and then somewhere else on the table, an unknown other place on the table made measurements to that light, you can start to figure out what the table is. Is it a table? Is it curved? Is it wavy? With two measurements, don't know. Maybe then measure along the ground and then take a third point. Now you have more information, and there's ways to definitely figure out the thing you're standing on by looking at an external reference. And that's what lights in the sky are, is an external reference. So 100% you can do that. It takes a little bit of calculation, sometimes a lot, depends on the methods you use and how precise you need. But all of these things are possible, and there's no question about their accuracy.
Anything else you want to touch on that I'm not really digging into? I'm just late, it's late for both of us, but I feel like I keep asking the same questions. I don't want to deny you something significant, because you've got a perspective being here, you're interacting with flat earthers. Maybe you talk about the character of like Dave and Rennie, because we've talked about Will, we've talked about the flat earthers. Maybe tell me just a little bit about the character of those guys.
Yeah, Dave and Rennie are.
Let's do them one at a time, so I can use it.
Yeah, okay. So Dave and I, we talk pretty often. When Dave first started making videos, it was great. He came into it from, we didn't know him, and suddenly he's making some really awesome videos. And so I reached out to him right away and said, hey, you want to come on my show and we can talk? And we're often exchanging things back and forth. We've done some stuff for each other. We've helped each other. And so it's been really good meeting him in person and doing things here with him in person. He's very good at photography, so I'll be doing something and he's there with the camera in a way that I can't do that myself. And he's doing the science. He has the eye toward the science like I do on that. So I think it's been really good to get some of that.
What about Rennie?
Rennie, or Critical Think, he is quite a character. His videos, when he's recording them in back home in Australia, he always starts them out upside down, because the joke is, of course, how can you be upside down on a spinning ball? Then he flips it back around because he turned on the NASA something. I don't know. There's a joke to it, you know. And he's thinking hard, and he's got his experiments that he's doing, and he's like, I'm gonna do that, and he's just focused. He gets that done, and he's so good at it though. He weeks or months ago, he predicted what this hunk of metal would weigh here in a thousands of miles away. He knows what it's going to weigh, and for him to do that, that speaks a lot about number one, his intelligence and his thinking ability, how good he is at those things, but also how well we do understand the nature of the earth. That the earth that we stand on generates the downward pull, and the how far you are from the center of it varies that downward pull, and it rotates, and the position you're on it varies the upward counter to the pull based on that rotation, and it's different at different latitudes. So he did all of that, calculated it all, and his numbers came out to be spot on. He's so good.
Yeah, that's really good. Anything else? Maybe talk about that. Could you tell me, describe where we went today? Rennie had a slip. We went to the blue ice runway and the ice scoop.
Okay. The runway was something. So we got out of the truck we were in, and we're walking around. There's a little bit of snow over the ice. We weren't on the runway. We were next to it. And as long as you're on the snow, you're fine. But I tested it out. That ice is super slippery. And I live in Minnesota. I know ice. And so I'm testing it like, oh, I'm not going to walk on it because I knew that was bad news. And the plane lands on it. That's something. It's very slippery. And but when it lands, it's not putting the brakes on. This is obvious to me.
It doesn't put any brakes on.
Yeah, they're just using the engines to stop themselves. So they need a longer runway than you might normally need because you can't hit those brakes.
It also, does it slope down?
It slopes down and slopes up. It's like concave, and that's just the shape of it. And it doesn't matter. You can land on it as long as it doesn't have a big jump on it.
How common are these? Do we know more than two in the Antarctica?
I don't know the specific number, but there are a handful of runways like this.
Wow. And then I guess if we went to that little spot off because we're rushing because we're going to leave and they wanted to show us a little more.
So yeah, then we went to what they call the scoop. So wind gets channeled because of topography into a certain area, and this ice has been carved by the wind, and it's very much like a frozen wave on the ocean. It curls up, and it's this super slippery ice too. So without stuff on your shoes to be able to walk around, you're not moving on it. You're on your butt right away. So they brought the things to put on our boots, and we were able to get around, and it is so cool to see that because it's normally when you see ice, it's just laying on the ground. This wasn't. It was up. It was a wall, and it's naturally occurring, and it's the wind that's doing it. Of course, you're standing there, and the wind is just tearing through you the whole time. So
how does that happen?
How does it happen?
How does the wave? Is it wind pushes it up and?
So the wind isn't pushing it or forming it. The wind is removing parts of it selectively based on where the wind is strong, and then as it removes parts of it, of course, then it changes the flow of it because now it can go in a different direction. So, and yeah, feeding into it is also going to be a big part of it because there's the whatever is causing it, the mountains and the different hills that are causing it to be funneled into this area. That's going to change over time too.
Yeah, it's a wild place. Okay, well, we can talk again and put the Uranus if that's okay.
Yeah.
Big picture, end of the trip. Great. You want to bring in?
So we fly
Daddy's not a good follower of instructions.
Okay.
Um,
You want to save him for Punta Arenas?
maybe it'd be good for you to meet him.
How long do you